Today, we are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. On this occasion, the Polish television, in collaboration with the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum, decided to pursue a special initiative. They're hosting an international studio so that viewers from all around the world can get a sense of the atmosphere of today's commemoration event. As of 12 p.m. noon, you'll be able to witness some of the interviews in the international studio, some of them with survivors, also with persons from politics, from media, from culture. And the main part of the program will start at 4 p.m. And that part of the program will really be dedicated to the survivors. They will be the ones delivering the most anticipated speeches, the stories of their endurance. Today at this event, we are expecting approximately 50 survivors in the audience and also on stage. Polish television decided to pursue this initiative, the International Studio, for a number of reasons. Firstly, it is out of respect for the survivors, for those who are still with us on this 80th anniversary. But aside from that, it is also due to regional context. So close to Poland, in Ukraine, there is a war happening, and Polish television felt a responsibility to remind everyone of the atrocities of Auschwitz, as well as of the fact that every war is detrimental. Aside from survivors, we're also expecting very high-level guests in attendance. Over 50 state delegations have confirmed their attendance here. Yesterday, when we were filming with the crew, with the local crew, they told us that they've never seen this type of attendance. So this really underlines the importance of this event and of this anniversary. And to learn more about what exactly we are commemorating today, you will be able to watch a video about the liberation.
Dwudziestego 7 stycznia 1945 roku pierwsi żołnierze Armii Czerwonej weszli do Oświęcimia.
Około południa żołnierze z 100. Dywizji zajęli miasto Oświęcim. Szczęśliwie most na Sole ocalał, więc przeszli przez most i kierowali się na zachód, w stronę wsi Brzezinka i tam weszli na teren obozu Birkenau mniej więcej około godziny 15:30.
Kilka dni później do miasta dotarła ekipa filmowa. Obóz Auschwitz-Birkenau został uwieczniony przez oddział filmowców pod dowództwem Michaiła Oszulkowa. To pierwsze ujęcie wyzwolonego już obozu Birkenau. Niemożliwe jest do opisania w ludzkich słowach spotkanie uwięzionych, uratowanych od pewnej śmierci z ich wyzwolicielem. Wspominała po latach Regina Grimberg, francuska Żydówka. W obozie macierzystym Auschwitz, także w Birkenau i Monowitz, doczekało wyzwolenia ponad 7 000.
The vast majority of them were very ill, exhausted. Many of them could barely respond to the sight of the Soviet soldiers. Nevertheless, those who were in relatively good physical condition welcomed the soldiers as genuine liberators, because from their point of view, it was the Red Army soldiers. There were many ethnic Russians, but also numerous Ukrainians. They brought freedom to them. Soviet Lieutenant Yuri Iliński remembered that day in the following way. Children behind barbed wire. The sight left me and my men utterly disturbed. Crowds of children from 2- and 3-year-olds to teenagers, sick, thin, emaciated, hungry. We gave them anything we had in our packs. The liberators were slowly realizing the truth of what happened in Auschwitz-Birkenau camp. The scope of the crime perpetrated by the Nazis on the inmates was a surprise. These were only the second-line units that arrived in the following days, started providing aid and assistance. But organized aid started in the first days of February 1945. At the time, the Soviet authorities set up 2 military field hospitals
on the premises, and they took care of the sick and ill inmates. Soviet soldiers discovered over 600 bodies of inmates shot by the SS staff retreating from the camp, and also those who died of exhaustion. The Soviet Committee for the Investigation of German Nazi Crimes was established as early in the camp as in the spring of 1945. Meeting with the inmates and brief conversations with them helped the investigators understand, at least to some extent, what sort of place the camp had been.
Maciej Zakrocki, good afternoon. The first discussion we would like to present for you is kind of an additional commentary to what we could see just a few seconds ago, to the short documentary film. And let me introduce our first guest, Dr. Piotr Setkiewicz, head of Research Center in the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum. Good afternoon. Professor Nikolaus Wachsmann, University of London, author of Kyle History of the Concentration Camp. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So what we could add to that, what was in this short archive film, because I think that it's important to underline that the advance or this moving west of the Russian army, it was just a military campaign without idea to particularly liberate the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp.
Yes, the Soviet troops concentrated the forces on two large bridgeheads on the left bank of the Vistula River, and the primary target for these forces was Berlin simply, and that was particularly the case of the first Belarusian front that was under command of Marshal Georgy Zhukov, and the first Ukrainian front on the south that was headed by Marshal Ivan Konev. So Stalin, as well as Stavka, that was the Soviet highest command, believed that it was possible to achieve Berlin within one strong, mighty blow, and that was the primary goal of the offensive. However, of course, for the troops of Marshal Konev, another important task was to capture the Krakow, the old capital of Poland, and then the industrial basin of Upper Silesia, and finally the city of Wrocław. So that was more or less the plan of the Russians.
Yeah, but I can imagine that the let's say, ordinary soldiers, even their commanders on the field, they didn't know anything about the camp. But what about Stalin and the leadership of former Soviet Union? No idea what's happened here?
Well, most probably they did not hear much about Auschwitz. Nevertheless, they should have a certain knowledge about the concentration camps and Auschwitz, of course, because well, they have some news from the British broadcasting of the BBC about Auschwitz, and secondly, some former SS guards from Auschwitz who were transferred to the front units, and then they were taken prisoner by the Soviets, were interrogated by the Soviet intelligence. So they had to know more or less what was Auschwitz. However, as we know from the testimonies of Soviet commanders of the 16th Army, which was responsible finally for liberation of Auschwitz, these commanders on the front line, they knew nothing practically about the Auschwitz concentration camp.
When the Russian troops were approaching, I can imagine that the Germans here in Auschwitz, they knew what's going on. So what they tried to do?
The SS had prepared for the evacuation of what was the largest death camp of the Holocaust and the largest SS concentration camp for months in advance, and that included a number of different elements. They dismantled part of those infrastructures of the camp that could still be used elsewhere. They took down barracks, watchtowers, fences, and so on. They even dismantled part of the crematoria and gas chamber complex with the aim of rebuilding this at a secret location near the Mauthausen concentration camp. The SS also destroys material. They destroy documents, incriminating documents of their crimes. They also, right at the end, destroy the remaining gas chambers and crematoria in Birkenau. So goods are packed up, material is packed up, there's infrastructure which is demolished and destroyed. At the same time, since the second half of 1944, tens of thousands of prisoners are moved out of the Auschwitz complex. In the summer of 1944, more than 130,000 prisoners are still in Auschwitz. By the time the Soviet army arrives, it is perhaps 7,500 who are left. These prisoners are forced onto train transports, and then in mid-January 1945, on the infamous death marches through the ice and snow. So most of the prisoners are gone by the time the SS arrives, and the SS itself is gone as well. They've packed up their own goods, their own homes and houses, which they've established here, and they've fled too.
But it means that they realized that when the camp will be liberated by the Soviet ally, they can't leave any evidences of the horrible crime. So, but on the other hand, it was impossible to destroy it completely.
The Germans had planned already for some time to try and erase all of the traces of their crimes of the Holocaust and other mass murders in the occupied East. There was a special SS operation dedicated to this, not just in Auschwitz, but elsewhere. What happens in the summer of 1944 is that Soviet forces find the crematorium and gas chamber in the Majdanek concentration camp largely intact. So the SS, in a sense, in Auschwitz, tries to learn from this and tries to destroy as much of the evidence as they can. They even force prisoners to dig up human remains and throw them into the local river here. They burn transportation lists, which are evidence of the crimes. There's a whole bonfire of evidence in the last weeks before the SS leaves the camp. So they make every effort to try and hide their crimes, but they are not successful in this.
Mm-hmm. Because assuming the large scale of the German bureaucracy, well, it was not possible to destroy everything. For example, most important files and lists of prisoners were copied in 10 or more copies. So some of them had to be left somewhere. And there were some divisions of Auschwitz, some agencies of the headquarters of the SS that were situated outside the camp. It was the Hygienic Institute of the Waffen-SS in Reisko, and it was the buildings of the Central Construction Management. And we believe that these documents had not been destroyed. I mean, they survived almost entirely. So thanks to these documents, we are able to reconstruct this history of the camp, including some vital documents which we have found precisely on the site of the concentration camp.
And it is also down, in some cases, to the ingenuity and the resistance and bravery of prisoners that some of these documents are saved. So the SS, for example, tries to burn the tens of thousands of prisoner photographs, these mugshots which are taken on the arrival of prisoners in the camp, and it is due to the ingenuity of some prisoners on the ground that a significant proportion of these photos are saved from the flames, and we still have these images taken in the camp of individuals, victims, about whom we know very little, but we have their images thanks to the bravery of these prisoners.
So 27th of January is the day of liberation and liberating the camp. But did liberation on that day put an end to suffering?
The suffering, in many ways, continues. We have to, first of all, bear in mind that only a tiny fraction of the prisoners who've been dragged to Auschwitz, an estimated 1.3 million women, men and children were taken to Auschwitz, only a tiny proportion of them are freed here on the 27th of January. The vast majority of prisoners who are taken to Auschwitz are murdered in Auschwitz. Those 7,500 or so who survive, some of them are so sick, so ill, so close to death that they never realize that they've been liberated, and they perish in the first weeks and months. And we also have to bear in mind that on the day Auschwitz is liberated, tens of thousands of former Auschwitz prisoners are still on death marches, are still on train transports, or are now suffering in atrocious concentration camps like Mauthausen, like Dachau, like Buchenwald, and many of them have survived Auschwitz and the death march only then to perish in January, February, March in these other camps. It is only the end of the war that puts an end to suffering.
You said that all the Germans escape, but what about this, for example, Kapos? There were any cases of revenge on them after the liberation?
Not in Auschwitz, because the functionary prisoners, the capos, the block seniors were usually strong and healthy, and they were simply evacuated together with other prisoners. So when the Soviets approached Auschwitz, there might have been only a few functionary prisoners, like the physicians in the hospital, nurses, and so on. So they were not persecuted, and of course they even helped the survivors when the Russians came.
And what about the medical treatment? Because I can imagine that even for those doctors from Russian army, if they wanted to help, they had no knowledge how to work with such victims of what's happening here. So what we know about this treatment?
Well, that was a problem, because many prisoners suffered from simultaneously from very different diseases, malnutrition, vitaminosis, tuberculosis, and so on. So sometimes the standard procedures of treatment did not work, and many survivors who were liberated by the Soviets died a few days or weeks later because of the general malnutrition, simply, and the hunger diseases.
Yeah, you have to imagine. I mean, these are prisoners who've spent months, in some cases years, in this terrible place, being abused, being tormented, being tortured, suffering terrible malnutrition and diseases. I mean, the average weight of survivors in these hospitals, which are then set up after the war, is between 30 and 35 kilograms. And it is no surprise that many of them perish despite the best efforts to try and save their lives.
We have testimonies that, for example, some nurses were unable to complain that they were unable to make intramuscular injections because the prisoners had no masks at all.
So this is also what we have to remember about that wonderful day of liberation, that it was really horrible time for them. Thank you very much. Dr. Piotr Setkiewicz, head of Research Center in Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, was with us, and Professor Nikolaus, Wachsmann, University of London. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite you to watch the short documentary about Antoni Czortek. He won the Polish championship title 4 times before the war in boxing. And his story, because then he was the prisoner during the war in Auschwitz, his story is really unbelievable.
W 1943 roku zostałem przywieziony z Pawiaka z Warszawy
tu do Święcimia, do Brzezinki raczej, na kwarantannę. I tu z moją znajomością, którego znałem osobiście, niejakiego Kazimierza Goska, był raporterem, przetrzymali mnie na tej kwarantannie pół roku. Wiedzieli, że ja jestem bokser, jak jakiś transport
would arrive in Birkenau, the camp staff would always ask whether there were any boxers among the arrivals. If there were, they would fish them out and run bouts between blocks. We put up a makeshift ring to hold the fights in. The bouts were just for show, and the SS men would gather to watch on the other side of the wire. The ring was set up by the Roma camp, or rather by the Czech camp, and the staff would bring in ladies and cheer on the fighting. This is where I met a colleague I held a match with. It was my first time in the ring, and his name was Salaman. The bout was held here. There was a table here. The SS man sat here alongside two block elders. There was vodka and black coffee on the table, naturally, and over here I fought an inmate from block 10. They brought him in. They brought him in shivering. The SS officer pulled out his pistol and he busted my lip. We were really going at it. The next 2 rounds we spent mostly in a clinch hold, whispering in each other's ear to pull the punches. The whole thing took 3 rounds. It was not a fight as much as entertainment for the staff. They were drinking and laughing, watching us. I was housed in block 11 and carried a red isle tag on my chest. I was marked as a political prisoner. The tag meant I was not allowed outside the camp, not even for labor. One evening, the camp commandant came for me. He took me back to the block, introduced himself, and said, "You're going to Auschwitz I, to box. There is a German fighter over there. You'll go in against Walter, and you better make us proud. Find your block elder, they'll dress you up nicely and take you over there." Once there, a masseur worked me over, and then my match partner, Walter, appeared. I asked him, "Are we really fighting or just pulling punches?" And he replied in German, because he didn't know Polish. He said that we are athletes, and he said we are here to box. There were 4 boxing matches, 4 wrestling matches arranged. The ring was set up by the gate, and there was a crowd of people in attendance. Our fight was 4th, and I had terrible nerves ahead of the bout. My muscles barely worked. I was terribly tight in the first round. But in the second round, the cheers started with the crowd chanting, "Kajtek, don't be afraid." That was my nickname. "Wake the crowd," they would shout. That wound me up, and I started to punch back. In the middle of the round, I knocked him down, and he was out at 8. The early moments were rough, but you get used to things, right? They brought in a lot of Greek athletes, wrestlers especially. They were powerfully built and kept to themselves. They would help each other. They often shared food and were really friendly with one another. One day, the staff started a selection. They emptied one of the blocks, and all the selectees who were to go to the crematorium were then packed into that block for one night.
Then the staff to the Greek Jewish wrestlers gave them clubs and had the guard the block and everyone inside to prevent any escapes. Of course, the Greeks themselves were threatened that should any of them go missing, they would head to the crematorium along with the selectees. The horrors that happened here, I wouldn't wish that on any nation. God forbid anything like that happens again.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Guten Tag, liebe Zuseherinnen und Zuseher.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Herzlich im Studio willkommen. Ich heiße meine Gäste willkommen, Frau Hanna Lessing.
Welcome.
Sie sind Vorständin
Hanna Lessing is one of my guests.
Nationalfonds.
She's the General Secretary of the National Fund
Christoph Heubner, Sie sind
for the
geschäftsführender
funds of national
Vizepräsident des
socialism
Internationalen
of the Austrian Republic.
Auschwitz-Komitees.
My next
Romani
guest is
Rose,
the
Sie sind
Deputy
Vorstand des
President of the IOC, and Romani Rose,
Es freut mich, dass wir uns heute aus
who is the
Anlass des 80.
chair
Jahrestages
of the
der
German Sinti and Roma Council.
finden. Und
It's good
eine
to
Viertelstunde Zeit haben wir,
welcome you
versuchen,
here
uns ein bisschen mit
on
der
this
Vergangenheit
anniversary. We've got
auseinanderzusetzen,
around
mit
15
der
minutes
Bedeutung, die
today,
Vergangenheit für uns, für
and let
die
us
Generationen
dedicate this time to our discussion on the
auch
meaning of history, especially what history means to other generations, ours and the generations to come, what this future might mean to them. We've seen an interesting material about Antoni Czortek, the former Auschwitz inmate, who was the Polish boxing champion, and he spoke about his life. There, he presented an inmate's perspective. So this is where I would like to begin. Please share with us, what is it that you do professionally? What you've been doing for decades now is linked to the effort to remember those terrible horrors. Basically, you have dedicated your lives to strengthen society, to keep history, and we are truly grateful to you for that. So, let us begin with something personal. Hanna Lessing, please share with us, why have you chosen this particular personal and professional path? Any personal links there? Thank you very much. I would like to remember my grandmother. On the 16th of October 1944, she was deported from Theresienstadt to Auschwitz. She didn't have a tattoo. She was sent to the chamber immediately. She was murdered there. Now, when it comes to my work, it is dedicated to her memory, but also to the memory of all the other victims of the Holocaust. Now, we represent the second and third generations. For us, what is important is to show to young people what it is all about, what happened here. Especially now, 80 years on, this seems to be taken from a history book, like a chapter. And what really matters here is for us to give them a message, because there is this freedom that is now enjoyed that was fought for by the members of the resistance, for example. This freedom is not something that is given once and for all. And responsibility, as I always say, is a sister of liberty, and we, the second generation, need to pick it up. Christoph Heubner, for decades, has been working for the International Auschwitz Committee. You are a well-known expert there. So, speaking of responsibility, what is your perception here? How do you see what memorials and networks and organizations can do to sustain memory, to keep it alive? Let me backtrack for a moment. Memory always has a face, a particular face. Hanna Lessing spoke of her grandmother. Now, I remember my father. He was a German Wehrmacht soldier. He returned from the war, and what he was thinking when he returned was to raise his sons so that they wouldn't serve in the army, but rather they would serve for the country differently. And he also promised himself never to forget what he saw and what he felt he was responsible for. This is how he raised us. And then I would meet former inmates in Auschwitz and Stutthof. They were always very moving. I found it really motivating that these Polish former inmates, but people from France and Israel too, they would never demand, they would never accuse anyone. They would always make appeals. They would appeal to us and say, it's about your future, cherish it, take care of it, provided you want to take what we are saying seriously. Romani Rose. Let's talk about your perspective. It actually pertains to a very important group of inmates, Sinti and Roma. Stanisław Bartoszewski used to be the head of the International Auschwitz Council, and you were friends with him. What he did, what Bartoszewski did, was that the fate and the lot of Romas was put center stage here. So what's your perspective? How do you see our duty to cherish and keep the memory alive? Thank you very much. It's a true honor and satisfaction to be here. Schwerina is where my grandparents were arrested. It was 1941, and they ended up here in Auschwitz, in this camp. And they had, or rather they did, look at this abyss of human civilization where all that was humane would be finished. Well, over 12 of my family members were murdered in a number of different camps. My grandfather died here because he was murdered in Auschwitz. Now, we have been raised in the shadow of these events. Our parents' suffering was our suffering too. This is a special experience on the part of humanity. We would like this experience to be a form of commitment to those who are alive today, because it has links to what is happening around the world right now, and we are looking at the current events with great concern, and things need to be repeated, and it's a task that is the task for humanity. We need to keep informing about what's happened. It is something that a regular human brain cannot really digest. So people that were murdered here were murdered in a machine-like way. Thank you for this personal story. Christoph Heubner, you mentioned your personal experience. There are a number of things that merge together here. Let's talk about where we are. Around 2 million people visit this site per year for a number of reasons, because there are different motivations that take them here. I have talked to guides that were here, and they've told me that they're motivated by different things. Some want to learn something about the history of their families. Others come here to pray. Others still want to look critically at the history of their own families. How do you see that? What is this site supposed to do? It's a symbol of the Holocaust, after all. There is a certain context to our discussion, isn't there? Today we can look in the eye of the last former inmates. Time is running out. So what is really important is for those sites to stay, even if there are no more living witnesses are with us. It's their wish, because they suffered here, their families suffer here, and they would like those sites to be a form of evidence. They wanted to survive. And the people who work here, the staff, they do an amazing work, intellectually and emotionally. They do their utmost to keep this place alive. Yes, there are different things that guide people, that motivate them. But the people who do visit are always moved. There's always some kind of impact, at least from what I've seen. Because they are at a place which is special. Remember, it is humans that actually perpetrated all those crimes here. You can read about it in literature, but there is this human dimension to this site, which is terrifying. Imagine, you, the visitor, can look in this mirror and see what this history means to you. It's not something that is going to pass. Romani Rosa has mentioned the political situation that is extreme right, which is on the rise in a number of countries. There is this super rich person in the US also believes that you can simply close it up, like, you know, put it in a drawer and leave it there, which is nonsense. There are people who say that, you know, we should be done with that, but they are not the ones who can decide. It's the majority that decides. I'm human and I need to act like a human being. And if you fail at this task, this is what happens. You can see what happens here. This is something optimistic. Because in our work, especially in the summer, what you see is a growing number of visitors. You can see it here in Auschwitz. Not all the visitors who come here know what it is all about. Some people simply do not remember their history classes, what they were reading in the textbooks, and their takeaways are different. However, what you can do is take this average group of visitors, approach them, and imagine that there is at least one person there in this group that needs to decide, am I going to be indifferent or not? Am I going to reach out a helping hand or not? Even if that happens, it means that the work of the people who work here is meaningful. Hannah Lessing, a question to you. What is the most important here? After what Christoph Heubner has said, there is very little I could add. Memorials, these sites, need to be a kind of a mirror. Pierre Noray, a French philosopher, would speak of l'œil de noir. Those memory sites, he also spoke of a certain community of memory. And the voice of those who witnessed that is getting weaker. And in these lieux de mémoire, memory sites, this memory needs to be sustained. Some people do not have direct links to these events, but they have visited the site. It is then that they begin to sense something. It is impossible to have been here and left without a greater impact. And it's something that needs to be passed on. Also, the responsibility needs to be passed on. This is something that we do. We are the nth generation. But the sites like Auschwitz are very important because they speak for themselves. Let me just reiterate. What is happening here, the work that is done for people to remember is very important indeed. We need to accompany each and every next generation. Every generation needs to learn about it by themselves using various tools, be it artificial intelligence. But the thing is, the site is here and the site speaks for itself. And that's the difference, because there are some places where it's happened, and there are also other sites that are supposed to commemorate these events. This is a place where it happened. There are still artifacts that can be found here, artifacts that belong to these people. And these artifacts make the Auschwitz narrative even more interesting. You've got luggage, you've got toothbrushes, you've got documents that tell us about particular people and their particular stories. Mr. Romani Rosa, last question to you. Please, name a place or an object that will forever bring to your mind the Auschwitz mission. Auschwitz is a place where you learn. What we need to understand as well is that this is the biggest graveyard. I've been coming here regularly for 2 decades now, and whenever I'm here, my thoughts link me to the members of my family, including my grandparents. And that is when I think what they were thinking, because they would be jealous of the birds that were flying above the camp. Thank you. Quite a moving parallel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your experience. Hanna, Lessing, Christoph, Heubner, Romani, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Now you will see video material that will describe the history of an exhibition dedicated to Auschwitz. Long ago, not far away, you might be familiar with it. It has visited a number of places around the world. Now, you might have an opportunity to see it, albeit remotely. Do it. Do something good for the world. Thank you.
The Royal Museum in Toronto is showing the first Auschwitz exhibition not long ago, not far away, prepared by the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum and the Spanish company Musealia. Well, the museum was approached by Musealia, which proposed creating a traveling exhibition about the history of Auschwitz. So at the beginning we were a little bit unsure, because we usually work with other Holocaust museums or institutions that deal with that subject matter. And here comes a small company from San Sebastian who has never dealt with the Holocaust. But they were suggesting that we should have a conversation about creating such an exhibition. So we decided to give it a try, and we decided to take on this risk. And this was the beginning of a project which continued for many years. The curators of the special exhibition are international experts, Dr. Robert Jan van Pelt, Dr. Michael Berenbaum, and Paul Salmons, who worked closely with historians and curators from the research center at the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, headed by Dr. Piotr Setkiewicz. The visitors fall into the trap which is laid out by the exhibition script, because the exhibition does not really begin in 1942 or 1939. No, it starts much earlier. The exhibition tells the story of the place itself. The visitors learns about the history of the city of Oświęcim, what life in this town was like over the centuries, what groups lived there, what was the life like for Jews in Oświęcim, for the Poles. And this town is shown as a melting pot, if you like, of different cultures and different regions. And while in Poland there may be some knowledge about that, people know that Oświęcim is indeed a town with a specific history. Some know more of the history, others would not, and they know that the camp was next to a town that has a very long history, but outside of Poland, this is something almost entirely unknown. The exhibition features individual objects on loan from more than 20 institutions, museums, private collections from all around the world, including Yad Vashem, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, the Wiener Library, and the memorial sites of Buchenwald, Mauthausen, Sachsenhausen, and Westerbork. The strength of this exhibition is its authenticity. These objects are very different elements of the functioning of the camp. You will find probably the most emotional objects, namely those belonging to the victims. And this is where the exhibition begins, with a single red women's shoe, which symbolizes the victims of the camp, even before this story is going to be narrated. A very touching, emotional, personal item. And I'm talking about the child's shoe with a little sock sticking out of it. This shoe is usually found in the section of the exhibition dealing with extermination, because we know from accounts, from relations, we know that the people who are sent to death into gas chambers, that they had to undress before. And this shoe with its sock, the mother would probably tell, well, you put that sock into the shoe because we're going to have a shower so that you don't lose your sock. This is so incredibly touching. The exhibition Auschwitz, not long ago, not far away, will be on display at the Royal Museum in Toronto until the 1st of September 2025. For more information about the exhibition and tickets, visit the museum's website. For us, it is extremely important. It's such an important project because from the point of view, well, our point of view, it's a small group of people, 1.8 million, 2.3 million. Well, this is huge for us. But we need to understand that we have to reach people all across the world. And this is what the museum does through its social media, through the internet, through the exhibition. And in terms of its scale, this project, in terms of the number of objects of loan, it is unprecedented as it allows people from all around the world to get to know the history of Auschwitz and to do so in an extremely personal way, precisely through coming in touch with personal objects.
Good afternoon. You're watching TVP's live international broadcast on the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And joining me now are three esteemed guests: Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London; Dr. Maria Zalewska, the Executive Director of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial Foundation; and Mr. Luis Ferreiro, Director of Musealia. Thank you all for your time. Can I start with you, Dr. Zalewska? On this sombre day with the main gate of Auschwitz-Birkenau 2 behind you, how critical is the preservation of this place, the education about this place, to ensure that the horrors of what happened here never happen again?
Thank you for having us. It's an honor to be here. Preservation and education go hand in hand. You know, Auschwitz means to all of us different things. I have a familial connection to the place. My great-grandfather was killed here as a Polish Catholic prisoner, so there is a familial connection. But also Auschwitz stands at the heart of the post-war process and project of Holocaust remembrance. It almost became an epicenter of Holocaust projects. And as you know, Auschwitz is the word that almost became synonymous to the Holocaust. To us, people that work for the preservation of this place, we believe that the artifacts, the shoes, the suitcases, everything that Louis works to sort of show to the world, these are the last silent witnesses of the people who didn't perish, they were murdered. Most of them because they were Jewish. And the preservation efforts are crucial to bear witness. And in the age of Holocaust denial, it is these efforts that guarantee sort of the education and the truth.
Mayor Khan, you've got the largest Jewish community in the UK in London. When we talk about never again, do you feel like the power of that statement still rings true? Is there the risk that its impact, its proximity to what happened here, feels a bit more distant to the younger generation?
Look, I'm afraid we've seen across the globe a big increase in anti-Semitism. It's the oldest form of hatred known to mankind. One of the reasons I, as the Mayor of London, supported financially the work taking place here is to preserve this extermination camp, to preserve this concentration camp, because we see, particularly in social media, lies, misinformation, a distortion of the reality, and we encourage children to come to see this memorial to those who perished, were murdered, and those who survived. Every year, 300,000 Brits come here to learn. We've got some great charities, the Holocaust Education Trust, the Holocaust Day Memorial Trust, because we've got to make sure, not just Jewish people, it's not just their responsibility, all of us bear witness to the horrors and tell others what happened there, so never again is meaningful.
When it comes to anti-Semitism, hatred, you've talked about it being the canary in the coal mine. With social media and the rise of mis and disinformation, is it almost impossible to combat?
No. You have, to my right, two scholars who do really important work. If our children are taught the real history, when they see lies and misinformation, they can reject it when they've met a survivor, we've had the privilege of working with and spending time with survivors. It's a privilege. There'll be 50 here behind us later on today. Those stories never leave you. When you see those numbers on somebody's arms, that's the best antidote to the lies. And we have a responsibility. And as a non-Jewish person, I think my responsibility is as much, if not more, than Jewish people to tell this story and to make sure we understand that actually these stories aren't just numbers. These are people who are murdered, but also some who remarkably survived. The Jewish population across the globe is very small. In London, we have, I'm really proud, 150,000 Londoners who are Jewish. That's a small number. And that's why it's really important we tell these stories so we know what happened here during the Second World War.
Mr. Ferreiro, Mayor Khan mentioned the survivors there. The number of living survivors is growing smaller and smaller. You've taken an exhibition on the road specifically to illustrate the repercussions of Auschwitz, the historical repercussions. What does that look like to those that haven't seen it, and what more can be done to preserve the memories, to preserve the stories?
Well, actually, one of our curators, Michael Birnbaum, usually says that people need to come to Auschwitz, but Auschwitz also needs to go to the world. Not everybody can come here to Poland to visit the memorial, and therefore this exhibition has fragments of these original artifacts and tells the stories of those who were martyred there. And actually, that's why it's so important what the mayor was saying, that basically through this exhibition we can reach new audiences that will never come to Auschwitz for one or the other reason. And hopefully these are a gentle touch for people to really understand the story of Auschwitz. How could this place come to exist? Why here? And especially the underlying principles of the ideology that brought to this genocide.
I want to dig a little deeper into what prompted you to create this exhibition. I put this book title to you, Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl.
Yes.
What did that book do for you?
Well, my family was running this company, Musealia. It was like we were creating exhibitions. And basically, they called us like a monster of four heads. Basically, we were living, working together. And then my brother suddenly died at the age of 26 from a sudden heart attack. So this was devastating for the family, devastating for the company. And then I was given 1 year later this book by Viktor Frankl, Man's Search of Meaning. And just by reading it, I felt some kind of a moral imperative to do something. And of course, what we were doing was exhibitions, and that's basically how the whole thing started. And for me, it was just the way that he describes the psychological experience of somebody who is sent to the camp in a way that is so almost scientific, that I felt this gentle touch and was moved inside. And I really hope that the exhibition, in a way, becomes that gentle touch for millions of people anywhere in the world. And I hope also in London we have the chance to do that.
In that remarkable book, Mr. Frankl notes, and I quote, "Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way." Dr. Zalewska, is the world facing a pivotal point where, as a society, we must actively choose to remember Auschwitz? We must choose to remember Mr. Frankl, your great-grandfather. Otherwise, we're doing the opposite.
I actually want to piggyback on what both of these speakers said. One, it should be an imperative, and moral imperative to remember. And two, it is not only the history of the Holocaust that we should be educating young kids about. It's the history of the context, the World War II, and a certain collapse of Western democratic ideals that created a situation where Auschwitz happened. Auschwitz didn't fall from the sky, as Marian Turski said here 5 years ago, and it didn't go back into the sky. There was a specific set of policies, indifference, and that hasn't changed. I'm not sure if we are at a unique point right now. I think we are just same flawed people with new technological tools that have sort of taken over. And I'm not sure, I used to teach at the university, and there are many ways in which social media and new technologies are incredibly useful to all of us educators, no doubt. And students are excited about new ways of archiving these encounters with places like Auschwitz. But obviously this indexical relationship to the place has been changed, has been blurred. augmented reality, virtual reality. These are tools that complicate our encounters with physical spaces like this one, but also focus on empathy building and emotions. And I think that understanding Holocaust education as a moral obligation, rational choice, and not just something that needs to make you cry so that you care. It is a decision and our shared responsibility.
I can see you feel passionate, you're emotional about it, you feel really strongly about it.
Yeah.
What comes to mind as you talk in this way about it? Is it your great-grandfather?
No, survivors. I'm not Jewish, actually. I think none of us are Jewish at this panel. I work with survivors. Our foundation, the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial Foundation, chaired by Ronald Lauder, we brought 16 Auschwitz survivors from the United States, Canada, Israel, France, Germany, and Israel. Did I say Israel? Yes, United States. And I work with them every day. And I think this is the last time they may be here. So, yes.
And this allyship is very important, this sense of allyship that we want to show, because it's perfectly possible for it to happen again. This dehumanizing Jewish people, it happened over a period of time, and as has been said, it didn't fall from the sky. And that's why when you hear a survivor, when you hear the stories, when you see the shoes, the glasses, the hair, it humanizes 6 million. 6 million is too big a number. 1.1 million who perished, murdered here, too big a number. When you meet them, you never forget those experiences. It could happen again.
And Mia Khan, I want to note that warning from the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, and I quote again, remember, it didn't start with gas chambers, it started with politicians dividing the people with us versus them. It started with intolerance and hate speech. As we sit here and as the mayor of one of the world's largest cities, how much does the responsibility lie with leaders to check their political rhetoric?
That's so important. Language matters. Study history. Language matters. In my view, there are some leaders who try and win votes, garner support by dividing communities, blame the other. Blame the other. What a leader should do is bring communities together, address people's legitimate concerns rather than scapegoating the other. And one of the downsides of technology is a wonderful thing, is the speed with which a lie can spread and a lack of fact-checking with social media. And that's why when you've got scholars and experts telling you the real history, it's so important. And the final point is, if you haven't got the opportunity to come to Auschwitz-Birkenau, you can study it and see it and touch it. If you can come, you must come. You see on an industrial scale what man is capable of doing. These rail tracks, their destination is a concentration camp. There are, gas chambers built here to murder quickly, and it's really important. If you can come, you come and see it to see what man is capable of. And by the way, man still has the capability of doing really bad things. Look at Bosnia, Rwanda, Darfur, and look at the rise again, I'm afraid, of anti-Semitism across the globe.
And just very quickly, I don't want to linger on it, but even in recent days, the likes of Elon Musk have noted that Germany should move beyond its past guilt. Is that unhelpful or even dangerous?
I think it's unhelpful to try and give an impression that history can be spun a certain way. It's really important for us to remember, you don't need to use the word guilt, remember what happened, remember who were responsible. We're literally one generation away. We all have the privilege later on today to spend time with around 50 survivors. It was within their lifetime, it happened. So you've got to talk about it in relation to what happened. And by the way, you look at the 100 years before the Holocaust, books written by Jewish authors were being burnt. And it was, you burn books one day, don't be surprised if you burn people the next day. So I'm afraid we've got to carry on telling these stories. And, our children and grandchildren have got to remember these stories as well. And that's why keeping Auschwitz-Birkenau in its authentic state is so important. This isn't rebuilt. These are the original places where, genocide took place.
And Dr. Zalewska, if I can end with you, in your view, particularly with your work with survivors, and all three of you, your work with survivors, how do you see the lessons of the 1930s and 40s playing into what we see today? Have we learnt enough?
No, I don't think we've learned enough. But this is an ongoing process. I mean, education, learning. No, I think when you stop learning and educating, then you're in trouble. But I just wanted to say that this feels, it so happens that we all came here 5 years ago, and people who are connected to this place, you either stay connected or you don't, and it's very clear. This feels very different, this anniversary. One, we all sense this existential crisis of forever lost witnesses. We feel the historic significance and heaviness of tonight, but also the world changed. And as Mayor Sadiq said, the rise of anti-Semitism, I think for many survivors who I spoke with last night, and Louis was there, this feels like a very scary moment. 5 years ago, we spoke about Auschwitz as history. And to them, the lessons of Auschwitz and the memory of Auschwitz suddenly has resurfaced. It's very re-traumatizing what's happening right now to many of them.
A pleasure to host all three of you here today, and long may the dark memories of this place never be forgotten.
Thank you.
And that's all for this special panel here on TVP's international live broadcast of the 80th Liberation, the anniversary of Auschwitz. Do stay with us. We'll be right back after this next report on the March of the Living.
Marsz Żywych to ważny projekt edukacyjny, w ramach którego Żydzi z różnych krajów, głównie uczniowie i studenci, odwiedzają miejsca zagłady, które Niemcy utworzyli podczas II wojny światowej na terenie okupowanej Polski. Poznają również historię polskich Żydów. Spotykają się m.in. z rówieśnikami i polskimi sprawiedliwymi wśród narodów świata.
To jest idea, która trwa już dobre ponad 30 lat, bo pierwszy marsz odbył się w 1988 roku i marsz jest pewnym hasłem, które określa program realizowany na terenie Polski i Izraela, który jest związany z Holokaustem, z zagładą, ale jednocześnie z tym, że Żydzi jako naród żyją, są obecni, tworzą współczesny świat.
Główna ceremonia Marszu Żywych przypada w Dniu Pamięci o Ofiarach Zagłady, którego data w kalendarzu gregoriańskim jest ruchoma. Każdego roku w uroczystości uczestniczy kilka tysięcy osób. Są to głównie Żydzi z całego świata. Towarzyszy im kilkusetosobowa grupa polskiej młodzieży.
W centrum całego programu co roku stoi marsz, który odbywa się pomiędzy byłymi obozami Auschwitz-I i Auschwitz-II-Birkenau. Rozpoczyna się tradycyjnie około godziny 13 przy bramie z napisem Arbeit macht frei, skąd tysiące uczestników maszerują w kierunku Birkenau, przekraczają bramę śmierci i dochodzą do pomnika ofiar, gdzie odbywa się główna ceremonia.
Podczas głównej ceremonii marszu upamiętnia się wszystkich zamordowanych w obozie Auschwitz, a także zapala 6 symbolicznych zniczy przypominających 6 milionów ofiar zagłady. W wielu wystąpieniach podkreśla się zagrożenia płynące z antysemityzmu, zarówno w przeszłości, jak i współcześnie.
Pamięć i wiedza o tym, co się wydarzyło w Auschwitz, w innych obozach zagłady, jest coraz bardziej dostępna. Jest dostępna od ręki, można powiedzieć, i w każdej chwili. Więc to jest znaczna różnica, zupełnie inne narzędzia edukacyjne. To jest jakby jedno. Jest to też okazja do podejmowania nowych tematów. Na przykład w Marszu Żywych od wielu lat uczestniczy grupa osób niewidomych. Przyjeżdżają tutaj ze swoimi psami przewodnikami.
Zebrani na terenie byłego obozu, pomiędzy ruinami 2 komór gazowych i krematoriów, odmawiają kadysz, żydowską modlitwę za zmarłych.
To jest też, co w marszu się zmieniło przez te wiele lat, takie uwrażliwienie na inne grupy ofiar. Na to, że w Auschwitz nie byli tylko Żydzi, że byli także Polacy, że byli Romowie, że były inne grupy ofiar i to jest też ważne.
I'm joined here by people whose lives' goal is to keep the memory of what was the Holocaust, what was Birkenau and its gas chambers alive. I'm joined here by Mrs. Phyllis Greenberg Heidemann, President of the International March of the Living. Also Mr. Jörg Löhr, Vice Chairman of the Maximilian Kolbe-Werk, and Mr. Thorsten Wagner, Director of Strategy of FASPE, the Fellowship of Auschwitz for Study of Professional Ethics. We will explain all the activities of our guests, but I'll start with Mrs. Greenberg and to ask you, why are you so much involved in things like memory of this place?
I think memory is one of the most important things, one of the most important possessions that each of us have. I think if we, and it has been said before many times, if we do not remember the past, perhaps we will be doomed to repeat it. So memory holds a very dear and special place to me personally, to the International March of the Living, the board, the staff, the volunteers, and in particular to the participants who have joined us over these past 36 years.
How many of them there were? How many?
We have over 300,000 participants who we have educated on the horrors of the Holocaust, on those being lessons to learn, to take into yourself and to understand the magnitude of what can happen if man's inhumanity to man is left unchecked. We have alumni in 40 countries around the globe. We have alumni who have ranged from, we have participants who have joined us from the age of 16 through the age of 100 years old.
Mr. Leiner, can you please, to start with, explain what is the role of the Foundation Maximilian Kolbe-Werk?
Well, thank you very much. You know, the foundation is built by the beautiful older sister, the Werk, Maximilian Kolbe-Werk. And this work started by helping former prisoners of German concentration camps in Poland and German ghettos here in Poland in a time where the Federal Republic of Germany were not paying any money, not talking about the communist part of Germany. So it was part of civil society action. But over the years, we found out there is a certain level which is important after the survivors, and this is that we work together in order to deal with the impact of history. So therefore, we bring together people from many different parts of Europe, first of all, but also sometimes from Israel, the US, and even Africa, in order to share this history, to reflect together, to show respect together. This is about building a community, but also giving a clear sign that violence will not have the last word.
Yes. Before I continue on your remarks, because the discussion about whether taking care of memory is guaranteeing that this memory is upheld, I'd like to ask Mr. Thorsten Wagner to tell us a few words about FASPE, of which you are Director of Strategy.
FASB was very much kind of founded on one simple observation, the big question, how do we take this history and the horrible things that happened here into the 21st century and also try to widen it for a larger part of the population? And the connection, the path that we chose to take was to look at the potential complicity of ordinary people. And we can see how hundreds and hundreds of people apply for our fellowships. We have now brought approximately 1,000, close to 1,000 fellows on a 2-week fellowship to Europe that very much kind of lead towards 3 days here at Auschwitz, with a focus on how the ordinary complicity of professionals like engineers and lawyers and architects and doctors very much also were part of making this place possible. And that is for us the connection, to take young people who very often are non-Jewish and do not have a direct link to this history and let them unpack and realize how viscerally experiencing this place potentially undermines their certainties, undermines the most basic premises of their existence, of our existence, and then we can start to think about what kind of potentials for complicity we have today.
Yes, all of you here are talking about experiences for people who are visiting this place, and they will obviously stay deep in their memories. But you brought here 300,000 people, you brought here 1,000, probably the same number applies to you. What about the rest of the world? Is there any chance that the world does not forget? Because, of course, everything is in history books, but the most important thing is our memory, the memory in our families, memory in media, in libraries, in internet. Is this memory still, hard to say alive or existing in some way?
I think one of the motivations for the founders of this organization was to bring young people, the next generation, to the site, to the actual place where the actual events happened. Once you embrace the magnitude of Auschwitz I, of Auschwitz II Birkenau, once you begin to understand what did happen here, once you begin to realize this is not made up, this is not a movie, this is a true history, a true standing edifice to what happened in history, I think that you cannot walk away from it. I think that Holocaust distortion and denial, your refutation of that, your refuting of those people who wish to say it never happened or it happened in a modicum of the size that you all profess, you cannot sit idly by. You must in some capacity at some time in your life accept your social responsibility to say, yes, it did happen. With my eyes, I walked on that ground. I saw those buildings. I walked through a gas chamber and I witnessed a crematoria. So we legitimize the past. We pay reverence to those who were victims here in Auschwitz-Birkenau and in the other camps as well. By the very fact that we educate, it did happen. And if you don't stand up to the evils society is facing today, it can happen again. So you must play a role to what the young people call make a difference. You must seize the opportunity to make a difference in the global narrative, because the global narrative today is a most difficult one. It is a most distasteful one, especially for the survivors who are alive, our own family and friends who are witnessing the evils happening globally and saying how, why. We came, we lived through hell, and now you haven't learned. Now we see that you haven't learned. So we bring people here, we bring especially the young people, to show them, to teach them, and to engage them in the realities of what did happen and what can happen.
Indeed. My main concern being my age, your age, our education, our time in school, and our environment was very much influenced by the history of the Second World War, including places like Auschwitz-Birkenau. But now for young people, about whom we are mostly concerned, this place here is like, I don't know, like Roman ruins, or I don't know, some remnants of the French Revolution, whatever. I mean, it's far, far away in history, but we know that this history is again bothering us again. What can we do?
Well, actually, I know what you mean by this, but my experience is a little bit different. The students have I would say, even natural reaction and a very good feeling for if one generation is just giving their life lesson to the others. And this place does not allow that. Coming here, I always say the participants have to find their own questions. And if they have questions, then we can talk about our different answers, our different experiences. So we have to provide a space for encounter yourself, encounter the place, and then encounter the others. I guess this is most meaningful. And against the background of our experience, we can say when people come here and they get this space, they really discover quite a lot of things they were not expecting. Usually they are expecting, okay, I will be exposed to lessons from Auschwitz 1, 2, 3. They could read that. But what is really important here is to make your own experience on the place, with yourself, with the others. And then it can happen that we have come to a deeper thing of vulnerability of life. Just to share one example. 2 years ago, we had on our workshop a very intense moment with the Ukrainians. They were coming, I would say, mentally from the front lines. And this resonated so strongly with those coming from former Yugoslavia, because they were all children of war. So you could feel that, and then encountering the survivors. That time, those who we met were also children of war. And of course, these are fully different contexts. But what is connecting is the vulnerability of human life, so that you can experience that, and from that you can create a new community, new interests, new questions, and then you can bring in all we have here in the institutions.
Can I add a footnote to that?
Exactly.
A good friend who also works as an educator here and works in the press office, Pavel Savitsky, started the tour for our fellows this year with the sentence of saying the history of Auschwitz is the history of problem solving. And what he probably mainly was addressing was, of course, how the construction administration of the SS tried to solve specific problems, but it also made sense in such a wider context. And I think that's exactly what we're trying to achieve, to make our young professionals, whether they are designers, engineers, doctors, lawyers, realize that so many of the motivations, sometimes ideological, anti-Semitic, sometimes very ordinary, is part of their reality in terms of ambition, in terms of wanting to solve technical problems. All of that is so much part of their life. And I think that is a potential way to both have this site as a site of mourning, as a site of the evidence and witnessing the evidence of the genocide here, but also to think about this as a site of learning, where we can think about these potentials as young people that our fellows are for the 21st century.
What are those who visited this place, those who marched from Auschwitz to Birkenau, what do they say after the visit?
I'm sorry?
What do they say after doing this march?
You know, I think the experience of making that march, that commemorative death march, hits different people in different ways at different times. Some of the students, while they understand why they're here, they now get to understand they're part of a world community. It's not just them or their grandparents who sent them here to bear witness. It's a whole world of people who want better, who want to learn from this place and want to change a little bit society as much as they can. feel as they're marching, we are told, I am told, they feel as a torchbearer of memory. They understand the magnitude of what they are doing, why they're doing it, and we can only hope that even a small percentage take that mission into themselves, into their lives, internalize what they learned here, and then do something positive for the future. Becoming the witnesses for the witnesses, as Elie Wiesel so succinctly said so many years ago.
What are your experiences with people who saw it?
Well, it's, as has been said, pretty different. And it quite often depends on the context where people are coming from. But just to provide two examples, quite often people from Bosnia-Herzegovina say that you, Poles and Germans, can organize such a workshop on this place, provides hope for us that one day we will overcome our obstacles in our country. This witness, which is just by attitude provided, not by teaching too many lessons, attitude, this is a healing, contribution to healing. And then, well, sometimes people from Africa said, okay, now we get better understanding for you. And very close to my heart is a situation with a friend from Albania. His father has been a political prisoner under Enver Hoxha. And coming back from Birkenau, he said, finally understand what you said. Places matter, and so let's search for the places in other countries.
We have to finish, I'm terribly sorry. And now back to Sonia, who will keep you up to date with the developments in the camp here, because the big guests are coming. And so over to you, Sonia.
Thank you. The importance of today's commemoration of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz has been widely recognized. This is why, indeed, as you mentioned, we're expecting wide participation of high-level ranking guests. Over 50 state delegations have confirmed their attendance. Just in the last hour, we learned that President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is expected to be attending the ceremony. He already arrived in Poland. Aside from that, there are a number of other high-level delegates. President of France, Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Polish President Andrzej Duda has been here since the morning. Aside from that, we're also expecting monarchs of Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands, Spain, the United Kingdom, just to name a few. Notably, King Charles III is supposed to attend the ceremony. Aside from that, we're also expecting high-level representatives of international organizations, notably Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament, as well as Antonio Costa, President of the European Council. They're all coming here with the same intent, with the same purpose, which is to pay a tribute to the survivors and to the victims of Auschwitz and commemorate this 80th anniversary of the liberation. On January 27, 1945, approximately 7,000 people were liberated from Auschwitz. However, over 1.1 million people were killed. Most of them, approximately 1 million, were Jews, but other victims included Poles, Roma and Sinti, as well as women and children, people with disabilities. And aside from having been mass murdered, these people had vicious medical experiments performed on them, most of them conducted by Dr. Josef Mengele, also referred to as the Angel of Death. The atrocities of Auschwitz were so grave that one Polish lawyer, Raphael Lemkin, thought the day deserved its own name. He coined the term genocide, and through his advocacy, this is now a crime under international law, the crime of all crimes. And to learn more about the history of Auschwitz, what better research is there than the Auschwitz Museum? And you can visit it not only in person, but also online.
Pomysł pojawił się oczywiście w czasie pandemii w 2020 roku, kiedy okazało się, że Muzeum Auschwitz po raz pierwszy w swojej historii jest tak długo niedostępne dla odwiedzających. Zaczęliśmy się więc zastanawiać, co moglibyśmy zrobić, żeby muzeum mogło być cały czas dostępne dla każdego, nieważne od tego, gdzie się znajduje. Wtedy zgłosiła się do nas jedna z dużych firm technologicznych z Izraela, która zaproponowała nam pomoc. Na tym etapie ciągle nie wiedzieliśmy, co chcemy zrobić, jakie rozwiązanie wprowadzić. Natomiast ta firma zaczęła z nami rozmawiać i po około pół roku doszliśmy do wniosku, że właśnie zwiedzanie online, zwiedzanie za pomocą sprzętu elektronicznego będzie najlepszym rozwiązaniem. Wstępne prace koncepcyjne nad aplikacją trwały około pół roku. Pracowaliśmy oczywiście w rzeczywistości pandemicznej, więc nie mieliśmy możliwości spotkania się bezpośredniego z naszymi partnerami z Izraela. Natomiast trzeba przyznać, że firmy technologiczne, z którymi pracowaliśmy, podeszły do tematu bardzo empatycznie. Starały się zrozumieć nasze potrzeby, starały się zrozumieć potrzeby naszych odwiedzających. I dopiero kiedy się poznaliśmy, kiedy firmy te zrozumiały to, czego my potrzebujemy, co chcieliby otrzymać odwiedzający, kiedy określiliśmy sobie takie czerwone linie, których absolutnie nie możemy przekroczyć, zajęliśmy się tworzeniem prototypu aplikacji. Najważniejszymi założeniami zwiedzania online jest to, że przewodnik fizycznie znajduje się na terenie muzeum. Oczywiście przy użyciu sprzętu elektronicznego łączy się z naszymi odwiedzającymi, a z drugiej strony zrozumieliśmy też, że przewodnik absolutnie nie może wchodzić na ekspozycję muzealną, ponieważ byłoby to niekorzystne dla odbioru takiego zwiedzania przez odwiedzających siedzących przed ekranami swoich komputerów.
Najważniejszą kwestią było połączenie historii z technologią. Projekt tej specjalnej platformy, dedykowanej dla miejsca pamięci Auschwitz-Birkenau, powstał we współpracy Fundacji Auschwitz-Birkenau oraz firm Appsflyer i Diskin.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam wszystkich bardzo serdecznie w Państwowym Muzeum Auschwitz-Birkenau. Rozpocznijmy naszą turę. Zobaczmy razem to miejsce.
Dopasowując trasy oprowadzania, można przekazywać treści i informacje tam, gdzie dane wydarzenia miały miejsce. Można dodawać różne treści, które są jedynie widoczne na ekranie, a których nie da się przekazać w innej formie. Technologia pozwala wyjść poza przestrzeń wystawienniczą i opowiedzieć historię Auschwitz tam, gdzie faktycznie się ona rozgrywała.
Chciałabym Państwu pokazać blok numer 2. Jest to oryginalny budynek. Zobaczą go Państwo teraz za moimi plecami. Zwiedźmy go razem.
Pracownik muzeum sam włącza materiał wideo, dzięki któremu zwiedzający mogą zobaczyć prawdziwe wnętrze bloku obozowego. Zwiedzanie online daje jeszcze możliwość dodawania innego typu świadectw, na przykład oryginalnych rysunków stworzonych przez więźniów. Wszystko jest komentowane na żywo przez przewodnika, który wprowadza zwiedzających w codzienność obozową. Zwiedzający mają możliwość wczuć się w tragiczną sytuację więźniów obozu Auschwitz. Na przykład w takich warunkach spali po całym dniu ciężkiej pracy. Razem z przewodnikiem zwiedzający dokładnie oglądają cały blok i poznają ważne informacje o życiu za drutem kolczastym.
W tym miejscu kończy się pierwsza część zwiedzania Państwowego Muzeum Auschwitz-Birkenau. Jeśli któryś z naszych zwiedzających chciałby nam zadać pytanie, mamy taką możliwość, aby przełączyć naszą aplikację w tryb dyskusji. Możemy zobaczyć się i porozmawiać ze sobą. Jeśli ktoś nie chce brać udziału w dyskusji, a chciałby zadać pytanie, może do nas po prostu napisać, a my w odpowiednim momencie będziemy mogli to pytanie odczytać i na nie odpowiedzieć.
Po kilkunastu minutach przerwy przewodniczka lub przewodnik ponownie spotykają się online ze zwiedzającymi, tym razem w obozie Birkenau. Tutaj zwiedzanie wygląda podobnie do tego, które przedstawiliśmy na przykładzie bloku 2 w Auschwitz. Zwiedzanie miejsca pamięci Auschwitz-Birkenau z przewodnikiem online to czas około 2 godzin.
Good afternoon. Thanks for watching us. We just watched the innovative method of museum touring, and now we will talk about this, how technologies can allow people to visit Museum of Auschwitz-Birkenau and how they can learn about this history. First, let me introduce our guests. So, Marie-Noël Jego-Lavessière, CEO of Orange Europe. Rowan Barnett, Google Org Director, Europe, Middle East and Africa, and Wojciech Soczewica, Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation General Director. Let's start from the project Auschwitz in front of our eyes. So could you please explain what is this project about?
First of all, it's a huge honor to be here. I, like many people here today, had family that was killed in the Holocaust, and so to be here alongside world leaders, leaders of companies, civil society, and to join hands with the remaining survivors and say never again, it's very powerful. And we at Google have had a long-standing commitment to promoting Holocaust remembrance, and we've always believed that technology can be key in terms of preserving memory, in terms of education about the past. And so we've actually had a long-standing collaboration and partnership with the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation. Over a decade ago, we helped digitize first artifacts and bring those online, tell the stories about those. Preserving the history of Auschwitz is critical to preserving the history of the Holocaust. And as time now marches on, that work has become more urgent, it's become more critical. And so we've just embarked on 2 new projects with the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation. One is to, through Google Arts and Culture, to digitize thousands of artifacts that the foundation has and to make those online accessible to everyone using AI.
How advanced is that project?
So we've just started a new round of digitization. We have just released a few artifacts today online on Google Arts and Culture, so you can see a few pieces of art that have never been seen before. And we're going to be, through this year and in the coming months, we'll be digitizing thousands more pieces. The second project that we just saw, that very moving video, was Auschwitz in front of your eyes, which is an incredible experience made by the foundation to make Auschwitz accessible to everyone, everywhere. And we're helping to, both with funding, providing $1 million to the foundation to expand this, but also leveraging technology to make this more accessible, translate it with live captioning and into many different languages so people can access it.
What is the advantage of online touring?
I think when talking about or considering the advantages and disadvantages, we need to look back at where we came from. The technology and the idea behind, as we saw in the opening material, was from a crisis. The memorial was under lockdown, like so many other institutions and museums worldwide. The difference being with Auschwitz-Birkenau that people visit usually. They come here to pay their respects, to pray, to think of their lost family members. And very early in the process, they started reaching out and demanding some form of contact. We didn't know how to do this, of course, because we had no experience. The foundation was in charge of financing the preservation process. We had no idea how to make sure that people would be able to be in touch with a memorial under very difficult conditions of lockdown. So first of all, through this partnership with AppsFlyer that was also mentioned, Diskin, Google and Orange, I think we started a new era in talking about memory and our responsibility in today's society, because without global players, it is not possible to tell this story to many, many more. Auschwitz-Birkenau is visited annually by approximately 2 million people, which is a lot. But there is 8 billion people worldwide. And in a society which is polarized, which is filled with hatred, anti-Semitism, racism, I think that the role of places like this is to reach out and to bring those painful memories to school classes, to companies, to offices, to homes also. And I think with Auschwitz in front of your eyes, we made the first step to make sure that, you know, this story can be seen from any couch at any home.
Mm-hmm. You've just mentioned Orange. Of course, it's virtual, but it's still live guided. So for that, we need good quality internet, fast internet. Why did you decide to involve in that project?
So first of all, it's an honor and a deep emotion to be here today, as you said, to share. You know, the museum was, you know, having more than 2 million visitors, more than 300 guides or educators in order to talk and to discuss. So when the COVID came, the question was about to, you know, make it still live.
Yeah. What can we do with that? Yeah.
But the discussion about just having a, you know, online website, letting people go, was not the right one. And that was the discussion that we had, because you need to talk with someone, you need to be accompanied. We need to have explanation. You can ask question at the beginning, you can ask question at the end. So the question was how to have that interactivity. Just, you know, it's not a normal website. So we finally find the idea together with the appliers to have a strong connectivity, fiber, 4G, 5G, with the camera and a lot of connected devices that you can, you know, you can feel being in Auschwitz, and you have that capability all along your visit. To discuss whether you are a group of people or, you know, alone with the guide, and you can ask your questions. And it makes a difference because the human discussion is you know, is there. So it's absolutely mandatory. So it has, you know, the idea came from the COVID because it was an issue, but then we realized that a lot of people that were far away in many countries, or just, you know, do not have the right resources to come with Auschwitz. Now they can afford it. So it's kind of, you know, really breaking the digital divide, and it makes a lot of sense to keep going. And we are there on a long-lasting journey to accompany the foundation. And it's for all of us also you know, a huge proudness to do it. And I remember when we've been signing the collaboration, then we went back to the office, and one young lady, you know, talked to us and say, "I'm so proud to work in my company. You know, my grandfather was there, and she has the number." It means a lot. So it's just people, you know, making sure that we can all be all together and you know, help a little bit.
How did you both convince your companies to invest in that project, and how do you convince your staff, colleagues, to visit Auschwitz online?
So, as I mentioned, Google has a long-standing commitment to Holocaust remembrance, and so for over a decade, Google Arts and Culture has helped many museums around the world, from Yad Vashem to the US Holocaust Museum, to digitize their archives, to bring this online and make it searchable. And that's what technology can do. It's so incredibly powerful. If you think about the thousands of artifacts, of testimonies that have not yet been read, if we can open those up and bring those online and make it searchable, students, teachers, historians, and also people that have, you know, looking for background, for information about family they may have lost. So, you know, I think this is really core to Google's mission. I mean, our mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible. I can't think of a more beautiful and powerful expression of that mission than helping to organize the information about the Holocaust and making that accessible to everyone.
How about Orange staff?
You know, it sounds, you know, it was, you know, natural. Our mission is to connect people. to make sure that we can limit the digital divide everywhere in the world. So making sure that we can bring some connectivity so that young people can be connected with people that unfortunately were there before, that people from Poland can be connected for people elsewhere. It was fit so well in the purpose of the company, so that it has been kind of, evidence.
What do you think about next step? I mean, for example, AI copy of the museum. Do you think it's doable, or it doesn't make sense because you still need some live guides in this case, in this specific place?
Well, certainly the fact that Auschwitz in front of your eyes is based on a human experience, as you mentioned, is central. This is not a regular museum where people come to look at art, to interact with art. People come for emotions. So from early stages of the process, we knew that it is absolutely central to have human guides who are walking and accompanying others, because they are not just here to tell us. They're not only storytellers. They also take care of our emotions. And they're skilled, and they need training. And this is one of the areas which, together with Google, we're trying to take care of and support guides, 350 of which are working here and guiding in 21 languages. Because with this new method of guiding and interacting with the world, with people who never had the chance to come here, and most likely will never be able to come from both Americas, from far parts of Asia, Australia, this is the only way to interact with Auschwitz-Birkenau. And guides need a new set of skills. They're excellent. They're really the best ones. They work with commitment, with dedication. But they also say, if you're walking on site with a camera, which is your personal mobile phone, you need to know how to behave. You need to look at your posture. You need to know how to speak very clearly and also interact, because the experience is interactive. So you need to speak in short sentences, and also how to react to potential radical content. It's a different thing if you have a group here where you have one person who might behave in an unconventional way and might have radical purposes. It's a different thing if you have a group which is online. You need to know how to react. So we are looking at various ways, and I'm very thankful to Google to also making possible the training of guides, which is only strengthening them in their mission to tell the story of the Holocaust and the crimes of Auschwitz over and over again.
Okay, thank you very much for this discussion. Marie-Noëlle Jegot-Labessière from Orange, Rowan Barnett from Google, and Wojciech Soczewica from Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation. And now let's see how the museum staff takes care of the buildings, of the exhibits, so that both virtual visitors and these on-site visitors can have access to all these things here.
Muzeum opiekuje się terenem byłego niemieckiego nazistowskiego obozu koncentracyjnego i zagłady Auschwitz-Birkenau. Jest to obszar byłego obozu Auschwitz-1 i obszar byłego obozu Auschwitz-2-Birkenau. W sumie to prawie 200 hektarów terenu, na których zachowało się 155 historycznych poobozowych budynków, jak również infrastruktura w postaci na przykład rampy wyładowczej, ogrodzeń, historycznych rowów oraz historyczna zieleń, którą również konserwujemy. Jednym z najważniejszych celów i zadań muzeum jest zachowanie i zabezpieczenie terenu i wszystkiego tego, co zachowało się tutaj po byłym obozie. A metodą do zachowania tego wszystkiego jest konserwacja, czyli zajmujemy się tutaj konserwacją wszystkich pozostałości po byłym obozie, zarówno budynków, terenu, jak i muzealiów czy historycznych dokumentów.
Znajdujemy się w tej chwili na Brzezińce, gdzie w ramach realizacji globalnego planu konserwacji, w którym realizujemy prace finansowane przez Fundację Auschwitz-Birkenau, realizujemy kompleksowe roboty budowlane i prace konserwatorskie przy barakach murowanych w Brzezińce. Bardzo ważnym elementem wyposażenia historycznego baraków są drewniane prycze. I tutaj prowadzimy w tej chwili konserwację elementów, które zostały zdemontowane, tak by móc wykonać pracę we wnętrzu baraku, a te poszczególne elementy są bardzo pieczołowicie konserwowane w kontenerze warsztatowym. Podklejamy w tej chwili warstwy malarskie znajdujące się na tych elementach, ponieważ wielokrotnie były one przemalowywane, też dezynfekowane, bo część z tych warstw to są pobiały. Dla nas stanowi to pewną trudność, ponieważ przy takim wielowarstwowym ich układzie dosyć dużej staranności wymaga konserwacja techniczna tych elementów.
My jako zespół pracowni jesteśmy odpowiedzialni za konserwację wszystkich obiektów ruchomych, które znajdują się w zbiorach. Tak naprawdę wszystkie obiekty, które należały do ofiar i zostały znalezione po wyzwoleniu na terenie obozu, ale również obiekty, które były związane z funkcjonowaniem obozu, obiekty związane z samym procesem zagłady. Pracując z kolejnym 100. już obiektem, można wejść w taką rutynę. Ale ja uważam, że to jest jedna z takich podstawowych rzeczy, której my jako konserwatorzy musimy się wystrzegać, tak? Ponieważ nawet taki niewielki detal gdzieś czasami świadczy opowiada jakąś historię, tak? I to my musimy się koncentrować na tym, żeby tego nie utracić.
W tym momencie prowadzimy projekt konserwacji bucików dziecięcych, które obejmują całość butów eksponowanych i jest to 8000.
Czasami są obiekty bardzo emocjonalne, tak? I trzeba jakby znaleźć jakiś taki balans, tak? Każdy z nas sobie jakoś w różny sposób jakoś z tym radzi, tak? Ja staram się na przykład pamiętać o tym oczywiście, że z jakim obiektem pracuję. Można powiedzieć o takiej pracy jako lekarza, tak? Jak można pomóc i to pomaga. To pomaga jakby trzymać taki dystans, ale to myślę, że dystans, ale ta świadomość cały czas jest i cały czas musi być.
Kilka tysięcy waliz znajduje się w zbiorach muzeum, także to są bardzo duże ilości obiektów, i przez to nasza praca też jest bardzo trudna, ponieważ właśnie ta ilość jest ogromnym wyzwaniem. To wszystko trzeba zaplanować, zapewnić zespół, środki i to jest cały proces, niejednokrotnie wieloletni.
Objects like a teddy bear, a doll, a watch, a shoe, or a spoon can take on special meanings when they become remnants of the lost world. They can become material witnesses when speaking about atrocities and persecution. Minister of Culture and National Heritage of the Republic of Poland, Hanna Wróblewska, is with us, as well as Sarah Bloomfield, who is the director of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and Danny Dayan, chairman of Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Madam Minister, I would like to start with you. What are your reflections on the 8th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz and its significance for Poland? What does the memory of the Holocaust mean in the context of Polish history and culture?
You know, today, as we all know, there's the very special date, very special for Poland, but also for everybody, for the whole world. And I believe that Poland has a special role, special role and special importance in bringing in memory of the Holocaust also to the other people. We have to remember that under our care, under protection of the state, there are several death and concentration camps. It's not only Auschwitz. You are here because it's one of the most prominent and significant symbols. But there are also many others, death and concentration camps, like Treblinka, the place where in less than 2 years, almost 800,000 Jews, but also Roma and Sinti people were murdered in several months. There's also Sobibor, Majdanek, Grossrosen, and others. So there's our really big duty, because the survivors are passing away, we know, but these places remains, and it's our duty to make them testify on behalf of these who are passed away, who were murdered in these places, but also on behalf of the survivors, to bring the memory from the past to the future.
As Madam Minister said, as the years roll on, sadly, we know that one day there will be no living survivors of the Holocaust left. So how will that affect the memory of the Shoah? What is the best way, in your opinion, to keep the memory alive? Director Bloomfield.
Well, thank you for having us today. And I want to just say Poland has done a remarkable job in preserving these camps, and I think that's part of my answer. Nothing replaces survivors. They're just not replaceable. But we have the authenticity of these sites, and I hope people all over the world will continue to visit these sites, and more so in the future. And of course, we have the authenticity of the original objects in our collection. Sometimes we call those objects object survivors. They did survive this event as well.
Material witnesses, yeah?
Yes, exactly. And I'll just tell you a very interesting story. After our museum opened in 1993, we did surveys of our visitors and asked them what the impact of the museum was on them. And what we found out is most of them knew something about the Holocaust before they came. They had seen Schindler's List, they had read Anne Frank, but they said the museum changed their understanding completely. And we asked them why. What did they say? The railroad car, the barracks, the suitcases, the shoes. They said this made it so personal for us. We could imagine the lives of these people and their horrible experiences.
Although we are different sides of the ocean, I agree completely with my colleague Sarah Bloomfield. I think that there is no substitution to the survivors. You know, the formative experience of our generation in Holocaust education is to sit in front of a survivor and listen to him or to her without any intermediaries. And unfortunately, but also inevitably, we are at the edge, at the doorstep of the crossover generations in which that experience, that formative experience, will be not possible anymore. Survivors are a kind, in my view, a kind of bridge. That one side of the bridge, one end of the bridge is in our living room, in our classroom, and the other side of the bridge is in Auschwitz. There is no substitution to that. And the key word, I agree completely with Sarah, is authenticity. But that doesn't mean that the fact that there are no substitutions, that doesn't mean that we do nothing. For instance, one of the things that we are doing now in Yad Vashem, we just opened a new project that we call Touching Memory, which is a theater. We opened a theater in Yad Vashem, with 4 different monodramas. Each monodrama crystallizes the story of one artifact in our collection, an authentic artifact in our collection, in an engaging way, in a way that is also good for young generations. So we will have to think very out of the box in order to replace the irreplaceable.
In this short footage, Madam Minister, we have seen artifacts, objects, everyday items that can be seen here in Auschwitz. Do you believe that objects can tell us about people who are no longer here with us?
If I may say something very personal, in my previous life, I was deputy director of Warsaw Ghetto Museum, and I had the chance, I had this privilege to be present during the archaeological excavation. The museum conducted at Miła Street, so at this famous place of the bunker of the last leaders of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. And I remember these emotions. I remember this emotion of excavation where the everyday items were brought out of the oil. And it was my emotion, but it was also emotion of the people working on this site. But there are also a lot of the emotion of the people, residents of this district. So I think that authentic objects are very important. But you know, they arise also a lot of a question how to use them, how to present them, not to abuse the memory of these owners, of these people. So it's not so easy. They are very important, but we should know how to present them. And so the objects are very important, but very important are also the people. So we need this object, this authentic object, but we need also the people like the educators, like the museum professionals, restorers, archivists, who can deal with these objects on our behalf.
So the presentation is also very important of this object, Director.
Yes, actually, it's very interesting what the minister said. We work with teachers across all 50 states in America, and over the last, say, 10 years or so, we've been hearing from teachers that more and more, some students will come to class with a little skepticism whether the Holocaust was real.
Really?
Yes. This is not a lot, but it's definitely enough of there's a trend there. And what we find is we create all of our educational resources, whether they're online, most are online today, we make sure they include original items. And teachers say that's what really works. That the kids are so interested, even if they can't see the real thing, they can see an image and they can hear a story related to the personal story behind it. And kind of quote what teachers say, they say using the original object makes the Holocaust real and personal for these students.
So we have objects and we have also storytelling, yes? Which is another key to the success when speaking about preserving history, preserving memory, historical memories.
Yeah, I think we have 3 layers of work, and we cannot neglect any one of them. The first one is the data. Documents, we talk about artifacts, about objects, but let's not forget the documentation. People ask me sometimes, why do you continue to search archives all over the world? You have 200 million pages of documentation. What's the difference between 200 million and 300? There is a huge difference. We need to be in the most solid possible database of documentation, because when there are no more witnesses, I'm afraid that will be the happy hour of the denialists and the distortionists. And then the objects are also photographs, footage, etc. The second layer is the research. The research converts the data into knowledge. So we have to continue to invest in Holocaust research. And the third one, as you mentioned, is to spread the knowledge. You call it storytelling. I adapt that work. We have to adapt also innovative ways to tell the story. But those are the 3 layers, and all the 3 are necessary.
Mr., how can culture contribute to the honoring of victims of Holocaust?
That's a very interesting question. As you know, in my previous life, I was working with the artist. And of course, as the Holocaust and the history of the Second World War is a part of our identity, of our history, it was also very interested for the artists. But I think that, you know, culture gives us the tools to communicate between themselves. So, and sometimes it's very difficult, but it's thanks to the culture, we still remember about the Holocaust, and we try to find our own language to speak about that. And of course, this is not easy, what Dan said about negotiations and so on. So it's the reason why the international cooperation is so important for all of us. International cooperation between cultural institutions, but also between the archives, universities, and international cooperatives of the scholars. It's you know, yesterday we have a special thing at a special ceremony at the Polin Museum, because there was established, 10 ministers or representatives of ministers signed a special declaration about fixed international body, ERIC, International Holocaust Research Consortium. It's, you know, it's a fixed body, is subsidized by European Union, which allow institutions to cooperate between themselves. It's also about the open access to archives. It's about digitalization. It's about creating a special, you know, special committees and interdisciplinary teams of the scholars just to focus on the Holocaust.
You said, Chairman, we have to go out of the box. So what are, in your opinion, the key challenges when speaking about teaching new generations and how to utilize new technologies and AI?
So I'll be a little bit of a contrarian here. I agree we have to go out of the box. One way we're trying to really change our approach to education based on a lot of testing is we were used to talk a lot about what happened during the Holocaust, and now we're trying to add to that how and why it happened. So that really changes your storytelling, which you mentioned, which is absolutely essential. And the reason we're trying to do that is because we want people to become critical thinkers and to ask themselves questions of this history, how to understand and want to know more. And that's why the generation of new knowledge is so very important. If you saw what happened on American campuses in the past year, you know there's not a lot of critical thinking among our youth. And using primary sources does help promote critical thinking. I will say something else about technology. We have a film that we produced 35 years ago of survivor testimony, very short nuggets, 90 seconds on one story, but they're little stories. They're not their whole experience, but they're stories, and they're all around choices and ordinary people. They deal with resistance, rescue, liberation. That old technology is still one of the most popular things in our museum because people love a good story, and these are all from the survivors, so it gains authenticity as well.
Chairman, your point of view?
We should never forget that technology is a tool, and it is not the goal. And, you know, AI, artificial intelligence, gives us a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of dangers. And we should be well aware where to use it and where it not. Artificial technology can be also used to deepfake films, and we are sure that we will use artificial technology. We can use artificial intelligence in a very accurate way, but I don't want to be in a situation in which we have to compete with another person that uses, other body that uses artificial intelligence to manipulate Holocaust survivors' testimonies, etc., etc. But in research, in storytelling, yes, there are things in which we can use, but we should be extremely careful what we should do with AI and what we shouldn't do with AI.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
critical thinking is the base of everything.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to host you. And now let us explore the early years of Auschwitz camp.
Początkowo nie miał być to obóz koncentracyjny, lecz jedynie tymczasowy obóz tzw. kwarantanny dla więźniów, których aresztowano na terenie Górnego Śląska. I to byli w dużej mierze powstańcy śląscy, działacze plebiscytowi. W 1940 roku wszakże okazało się, że potrzebny będzie nie tylko tymczasowy obóz dla terenu Śląska, ale nowy obóz koncentracyjny dla całości okupowanych ziem polskich. Ostatecznie wybór padł na Auschwitz z tego względu, jak się wydaje, iż tutaj znajdowały się koszary Wojska Polskiego, czyli znajdowały się już gotowe budynki. I można było je w krótkim czasie zaadaptować na potrzeby obozu koncentracyjnego, to znaczy wybudować ogrodzenie. Pewną rolę odgrywały tu ewidentnie względy finansowe. Po prostu
Wehrmacht, który był administratorem tych budynków, mógł je przekazać SS nieodpłatnie. I stąd obóz po owych pracach wstępnych, które polegały na ogrodzeniu drutu kolczastego, został ostatecznie uruchomiony w czerwcu 1940 roku. W momencie, kiedy obóz powstaje, zapadła już wcześniej decyzja o zwiększeniu jego pojemności do 30 000 więźniów. Co jest o tyle interesujące, iż było to więcej niż ogólny stan wszystkich więźniów obozów koncentracyjnych w Niemczech przed wojną. Także od początku miał być to duży obóz. Po drugie, w pierwszych planach tego obozu przewidziano też budowę stacjonarnego krematorium. I to znowu było pierwsze tego rodzaju krematorium w historii obozów koncentracyjnych w Niemczech. I miało mieć ono początkowo zdolność spalania do 100 zwłok dziennie, co było wyraźnie wyższą wartością niż śmiertelność panująca przeciętnie w ówczesnych obozach koncentracyjnych w Niemczech, co sugerowało od razu, że będzie to obóz szczególny. Ponadto w 1941 roku wczesną wiosną pojawili się tutaj przedstawiciele niemieckiego koncernu IG Farben Industrie. Firma ta zamierzała wybudować po drugiej stronie rzeki Soły wielką fabrykę kauczuku syntetycznego i paliw płynnych, do czego potrzebowała robotników. Zawarto w związku z tym umowę z obozem koncentracyjnym, która przewidywała dostarczanie aż do 8 czy 12 tysięcy więźniów w przyszłości do pracy przy budowie tejże fabryki. Także to były powody, dla których obóz bezustannie się rozwijał. Dobudowywano piętra na parterowych barakach obozu macierzystego. Później zaczęto również budować drugą część obozów, Birkenau. Postanowiono wybudować wielki obóz początkowo dla jeńców sowieckich. W 1942 roku jeńcy ci mieli zostać zastąpieni Żydami, których deportację rozpoczęto wówczas z Niemiec i innych krajów Europy Zachodniej. Także stopniowo obóz się powiększał, a w sytuacji, kiedy zaczęto do niego przywozić nie tylko mężczyzn, ale również kobiety, również od marca 1942 roku całe rodziny żydowskie, w związku z tym również i dzieci, i starców, i chorych, czyli ludzi, którzy nie nadawali się do pracy. W związku z tym podjęto decyzję, ażeby zabijać ich w komorach gazowych. I Auschwitz stał się obozem o tyle wyjątkowym w całej sieci obozów koncentracyjnych w Niemczech, iż tutaj przeprowadzano selekcję. To znaczy transporty Żydów przybywające do obozu były przyjmowane na rampie kolejowej i tam lekarz SS decydował o losie deportowanych, czyli mniej więcej 75 czy nawet więcej procent osób przywożonych w takich transportach były one natychmiast mordowane w komorach gazowych. Wedle szacunków niemieckiego biura budowlanego obozu w wszystkich tych krematoriach można było spalić znacznie ponad 4000 zwłok w ciągu doby. I odtąd właściwie możemy mówić, iż Auschwitz zaczyna funkcjonować jako z jednej strony obóz koncentracyjny, w którym więźniowie przebywają w barakach, w którym pracują, ale również miejsce zagłady, czyli obóz taki jak Treblinka czy Bełżec-Sobibór, takie jakie powstawały we wschodniej części okupowanej Polski.
A w studiu dołączyli do nas kolejni goście, pan Stanisław Zalewski, ocalały z Auschwitz. Dzień dobry, witam pana bardzo serdecznie. Pani profesor Barbara Engelking, kierownik Centrum Badań nad Zagładą Żydów. Dzień dobry, pani profesor. Jest z nami także pan profesor Dariusz Stola, historyk, przewodniczący Międzynarodowej Rady Oświęcimskiej.
Warm welcome to all of you and thank you very much for being here on this special day. The emotions evoked by memory is the leitmotif of our topic, and I'd like to start with Mr. Zalewski. You keep coming back to this place, and I'm sure the emotions have developed in you. What do you feel now? Well, first and foremost, the emotions depend so much on what's going on with me. My emotions after I leave, or after I left the concentration camp, and mind you, I returned to Poland on the 5th of May 1944. So I had different emotions back then, and after 80 years, there are different emotions in me now. Because I have done things to myself. First of all, I graduated from a university and I changed myself as a person, but so did the world. There were so many changes in development of the world. And all this comes from the German Nazi concentration camp, I would say. So the world has gone through numerous developments, as you've rightly pointed out. I hear people say that the 80th anniversary is very bitter because we feel threatened and we feel the threat of war, we feel the danger of the war waged just next door. So over to Madame Engelking. How does this threat change our views? Well, it does, for sure. And I do believe that this indeed is a very bitter anniversary, but bitterness in many ways. I often think that people who were inmates of the camps or lived in ghettos during the war, well, they wanted to make sense of their own suffering. When you read memoirs written during the occupation, quite often you come across a sentence saying, well, I hope that this suffering is not wasted. I hope that we can make a world a better place because of our suffering. I hope that what we come through will make it impossible for such atrocities to be repeated in the future. But I feel that the suffering, this huge amount of suffering, unattained suffering of millions of people experienced here is somehow wasted. This is to no avail. They grant hope that this can act as a vaccination or knowledge building or teaching, that their suffering will somehow make it impossible for such things to happen again. Well, this is wasted. So on one hand, we all hear never again, but on the other hand, we see that genocide and hurt has not been finished with Auschwitz. I look at Dariusz Stola now. 10 years ago, during the 70th anniversary, the director of the Auschwitz memorial site was asking a question, are we now mature in our memory? Are we, Mr. Stola? I don't think we will ever be mature enough to understand what was going on here. But I beg to disagree with Professor Engelking. Indeed, this horrible experience of the Second World War never vaccinated us against everything that was bad in the 21st or 20th century, but we enjoyed numerous years of peace. And maybe when the generation of the people who do remember the Second World War and the suffering and the damage it all caused, maybe when this generation fades away, we are experiencing new developments. So I am optimistic, but, well, not overly optimistic. So I don't feel everything is wasted. Well, of course, never again is no longer apt, because we did see these things happening again and again across the world. But maybe in some places we managed to avoid a war just because there were people who still remember that we need to do what it takes for the war not to happen again. Dear Mr. Zalewski, we did have this unique opportunity of meeting you and asking you questions. What would you like us to remember? What would you want us to be our take-home message? Especially to the young people, what would you say to the young people? Well, poets have written numerous poems and books were written and beautiful sentences. I only have one or two things to say. I'm an engineer by training, a car engineer. And I don't feel we should be looking at people as separating themselves from the history. So I would have a piece of advice for the young people. Well, you need to know what you want. And you need to know what you can offer to other people from what you received from the world. The poets say that you should have the heart and you should look into the heart. And I say it in a different way. Be happy in your life, be plentiful, and try to evoke it in other people. What fantastic words we can hear from you. But once we're discussing emotions, and if I may just add something to it when speaking about emotions, I did manage to cure myself out of emotions. I put the emotions into a box and I drowned it in water. And I was able to live a normal life. I graduated from a university, but like today, then I do come to this river. I take the box, I opened it out, and I discuss the content. But once we finish here, I put it back to the box, and then I drown it on into the river again, and I can live my normal life, never remembering and never being dragged down by what the camp brought me to. But was there a moment in your life when you never wanted to talk about the things you have experienced here? Because there are people who want to share the dramatic experiences, and there are some people who never want to keep it open, who never want to discuss it. Well, let me go back to my childhood, perhaps, because we all know that whatever happens in our early days will have a bearing on our adult life. I grew up in Warsaw, and I was part of one of the districts in Warsaw that was well known for its young life. We did have a lot of interest there. For instance, you had to swim across the Vistula River in order to be accepted as part of the gang. And there were some rules in the gang. You could do anything you want, but you need to remember that you mustn't hurt another person. Our task is to do something good for another person. And we had that commandment, really. All members of the gang, within a year, have to do something good for another person. Just one good deed. And beautiful things were born out of it. I think this was really quite an important and positive thing that helped you deal with your difficult emotions and difficult experiences. So, addressing Professor Engelking and Professor Stola, are we really experiencing the lessons learned? Because many voices are heard right now, and don't get me wrong, that some people do not know how to behave here. Quite often you see school excursions coming to Krakow and then to Auschwitz without really giving it a proper build-up. Do we know how to teach about Auschwitz? Do we know how to teach history to young people so that they can understand it? Well, I think the best way is to have a direct contact with the survivors, and the fact that, well, they're fading away is such a huge loss, also from the point of view of learning and education. Now, there were events in history that we only learned from the history books, from the testimonies, and this is what we will have to do very soon. We can use modern educational methods, but basically we simply have to learn it through testimonies. Well, there's a saying that our memory lives as long as our grandparents do. So when you're on your grandfather's lap, you really learn the genuine history. When your grandparents are gone, so is the vivid memory. or the narrative is moving on to the different level. I did start speaking about the negative emotions, so let me share my experience with you as a journalist. I had a chance to talk to survivors of Auschwitz, but also of other camps, and whenever I heard these dramatic stories, we are always filled with negative emotions against the perpetrators, and these negative emotions build up. We can't understand how is that possible that these things happened. So, Professor Stola, what do you do to master these negative emotions? How do you get rid of them? I think the survivors teach us to do so. Some survivors do. There were some survivors who wanted a revenge, who were very vindictive. Well, we would say maybe they wanted justice. This is what they were saying. We have a right to get justice. If anybody had a right to pursue justice, they were the ones. But let me go back to what Mr. Zaleski and Professor Engelking just said. Well, personal experience, personal memories and recollections are of utmost importance. We as historians, we do have the knowledge, okay? But the next generations will not have the personal experience. Elie Wiesel once said that when you listen to a witness, you become a witness yourself. We heard it straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak, and this remains with us. The question is, how can we deal with that? How can we master that? Are we able to work on that? Because this may really be, for some people, a point of departure for looking for revenge, or perhaps an award, because, well, I did suffer, so maybe I can get a reward out of it. Or it can be a moral imperative. So various people had various approaches to it, but you may also reply to it in such a way. You're looking for a meaning, and you may start with this meaning as an imperative to do something good.
Viktor Frankl, who created a whole psychological school looking for sense in his past, he left such a horrible place. He found that answer. It was an answer not only for him and for his patients, it was an answer for everyone. Not only for people who had that horrible experience of hell on earth, but to our size. Everyone has them. You lose your job, you lose your near and dear. So it's better to draw a conclusion about you being bound to do good than being sure that you demand something, like, for example, revenge on somebody else. There are also plenty of young people who are highly empathetic. There was that research about secondary school students visiting this place, quite a large cohort of people researched before visiting Auschwitz and later. 13% of them felt PTSD. So there are also those cases of that empathy, of that fellow feeling. Franco spoke of that earlier. We can't explain to those who weren't here, because you don't need to explain anything to those who were here, but there are also many young people who are interested in that history, and you must have heard a lot of questions from them. Yes, but let's also put the difference between speakers and listeners. The speaker can be a marshal, engineer, anyone, and the listener can be just a boy from the hood. How to explain to that young boy what we experienced here, how to share the truth, how to do it, precisely how to do it. I just use my own theory. I simply try to penetrate the mentality of my audience, who they were, what they did, because as an engineer, I don't use notions without a context. But if it's a child who writes poetry, that would be somebody with a totally different sensitivity, and you need to find a bridge between the speaker and the listener. We can't speak here in general terms because these are individual tasks, and that all depends on the speaker and on the listener. Some time ago there was that discussion, very famous, whether there should be the minimum age for visiting the museum. There was that information, perhaps 14 would be the good start, so that we can consciously and awarely take a trip to this place. Should it be like that, Professor, or not really? Should we regulate that? Yes, of course. It's not without a reason that those ages are set, age limits from when you can do certain things. There's this powerful educational division here with profound experience of how to address younger visitors, visitors in middle age, and how to cope with the emotions that this place causes. It's not only that younger people cannot just internalize certain knowledge, or they don't have certain knowledge that would help them understand what happened here, but that it's simply that these emotions are very difficult when you visit the camp. You have to be able to react to what's happening to those people, not only intellectually, but also emotionally. Yes, especially that this conscious visit doesn't end at the moment when we leave the premises, but it's also later because you will have many more needs. It's often only the start of your road. I must have been too young when I visited in primary school, still in communist Poland. For many years, certain memories from this place kept returning. But on the one hand, you need to take into consideration the fact that somebody may be too young, even a teacher or a tutor. Now, let me encourage one thing. We have the fact that in Poland we have those locations of museums in former death camps and concentration camps. The best known of them is Auschwitz. There is also Majdanek. There are Treblinka and other camps which are commemorated. From each of them, you can quickly reach one of those sites to spend just 30 minutes there. I believe it's very easy, and it's important that now every school participates here. In Auschwitz, every other visitor is a foreigner. I think it could be very good for everyone, of course, above a certain age, to visit such a place and to remember that it was not that long ago. It's my parents, for little children, my grandparents lived at that time, so that all these moments are not far in time. I'd like to thank Stanisław Zalewski, Auschwitz survivor, Professor Barbara Engelking, and Professor Dariusz Stola. We have Sonia Biszczan in the camp. What is the plan for today? Who is already here and who is still
Today,
on
it is
the
all
way?
about the survivors, so they're the ones taking center stage in today's commemoration, and they're really the guests of honor. But aside from us, that, there are also a number of high-level state dignitaries. Today, we are reflecting on January 27, 1945, which is the liberation of Auschwitz, but also so many events that preceded and followed that day, including the development of international law. So much of international law has been developed in the aftermath of World War II, including 2 new classifications of crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. Aside from that, the International Criminal Tribunal in Nuremberg has been founded. Some of the perpetrators of World War II were prosecuted, and even the United Nations was founded under the premise of never again. But as we heard, even in this panel, there are some disappointments regarding international law and this never again, because clearly never again is happening again. Many people are doubting, does international law make sense? Yesterday, I had the distinct honor of speaking to one of the survivors, Mr. Leon Weintraub. I asked him if international law makes sense, and his response surprised me. He said, of course, we needed to regulate life in larger groups and, at least in theory, ensure equality of all people. Resolving conflict by more killings is not the way. He also said that he threw out 2 words out of his personal dictionary, those being revenge and hate. You can now hear more from the survivors.
Miejsce, w którym się znajdujemy, obóz, jest to dawniejsze koszary, jakieś jednostki wojskowe w Oświęcimiu. Wobec tego pozostały tylko 4 bloki, a resztę trzeba było budować nowych bloków. To była moja pierwsza praca, ale mnie zależało na tym, żeby od razu gdzieś znaleźć możliwości albo kontaktu na rodzinę, prawda? I w związku z tym szukałem ludzi, żeby z innymi ludźmi gdzieś nawiązać kontakt. I rzeczywiście jednego razu nasze komando poszło budować drogę między Oświęcimiem a Brzezinką i tam spotkałem takiego Walek Tyrna, coś takiego z Brzeszcz. Nie przyznałem się mu, że się nazywam Hałoń, prawda, że jestem Wrona, że jestem z Brzeszcz. Tam też miałem pełne kontakty na dom, na cywilów. W rezultacie z tego miejsca, ponieważ tam się praca wyczerpała, wobec tego trzeba było szukać stawek. Budowali znowu bloki pod koszary SS. Tu koło rzeźni. Tam się uczepiłem tego komanda i tam w tym komandzie pracowałem dosyć długo. W rezultacie cały splot, cała działalność opierała się na wszystko na tych ludziach, którzy tam pracowali, czy to Polacy zrzeszeni, czy niezrzeszeni, ale w każdym razie z firmą związani, tak zwaną Wagner. To byli ludzie, którzy lokomotywami, murarze, cieśle, prawda, inni, ponieważ była i takie momenty były, że spotykałem się w ustępie. 2 ustępy były i tam ja siedziałem w jednym ustępie, a ten, który mi miał dawać relacje, prawda, siedział w drugim ustępie i tam zablokowaliśmy ustępy, inni koledzy pilnowali, żeby tam ktoś nie podchodził. Tam mi zdali relacje, co dzisiaj było tu, co było tam, prawda? Ja z kolei znowu na papier, prawda, wysłałem grypsem do domu.
Do obozu szły, można powiedzieć, tony żywności. Szły nieprawdopodobne ilości lekarstw. Oczywiście ta na dużą skalę organizowana pomoc, która miała służyć więźniom dla podtrzymania nie tylko ich życia, ale także i tworzenia pewnego klimatu oporu, moralnego wsparcia, niesłychanie ważna sprawa, była możliwa później w latach, poczynając od 1942 roku, dlatego, że rozbudowała się ogromnie konspiracja wewnątrzobozowa. Podstawowym obszarem działalności i wewnątrzobozowego, i przyobozowego ruchu oporu, i tego Komitetu Pomocy Więźniom Obozów Koncentracyjnych, który w lipcu 1943 roku założyliśmy w Krakowie, była informacja o tym, co się dzieje w obozie. Był to podstawowy w istocie rzeczy dział naszej roboty. Przesyłaliśmy komunikaty, raporty i telegramy na zewnątrz poprzez i błyskawice, i radioświt, podziemne nasze radiostacje do rządów brytyjskich, polskiego oczywiście, rządów brytyjskich, amerykańskiego, kiedy kierownictwo obozu, kiedy Hess jako komendant obozu polecił przygotować akcję zniszczenia, dokładnego zniszczenia i zatarcia śladów obozu, śladów zbrodni obozowych, która przewidywała zbombardowanie obozu, zniwelowanie obozu dokumentnie, to dostaliśmy informację na ten temat po paru dniach. Po tych paru dniach ukazała się ona już i w prasie podziemnej, i w ostrzeżeniu przez środki nagłaśniające. Ta akcja, myślę, dawała rezultaty rzeczywiście, a poza tym stanowiła podstawę dokumentacji o zbrodniach obozowych. Tej dokumentacji, która z jednej strony świadczyła o zbrodniach, ale z drugiej strony świadczyła o tym, że obóz oświęcimski nie był tylko obozem ludzi męczonych, mordowanych, ale był obozem ludzi walczących. Był to niezmiernie ważny element w naszych działaniach.
Our guest now is Minister of Education of the State of Israel, Mr. Yoav Kish. Welcome.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. Minister, it's a very tough time for Israel, and it's very important that High Representative of Israel is coming here and to confirm that we remember. But nevertheless, as Poland's renowned film director Agnieszka Holland says, this Holocaust vaccine has lost its strength, it's beyond its expiration. What now?
I think it's very difficult, as long as time goes by and generation changes, to people, especially in the young generation, every time to really understand what happened 80 years ago. The most horrific crime against humanity. This is something that is very hard to grasp. And sometimes even people might say, you know, this thing cannot have happened. So I think the fight that we fight and that what we see today and what the world that is fighting anti-Semitism and the world that is fighting for the remembrance of the Holocaust is a fight for knowledge, is a fight that has to be continuous, and it's something that will never stop, because if we stop doing that, we'll forget what happened.
Don't you have an impression that we are losing this fight? Because there are so many terrorist states who are just taking advantage of the fact that the world is not remembering anymore.
This is, I wouldn't say we're losing. I think we need to keep on working and fighting it, because there will always be people who will try to keep the anti-Semitism and the hatred for Jews because of being Jews. And we see it, you know, especially nowadays. We saw it even happening in the universities in the US. So this anti-Semitism is something that is there. We thought we might have won, but we haven't. It's still out there. And I don't think that we have the privilege to give up. We have to continue to make sure. We have to make what Poland government and the Poland people is doing here in Auschwitz and today's event. I think this is exactly the things that we need to keep on doing and keep on showing and keep remembering that what the Nazi did here on the Polish soil is something that we cannot forget, and everybody should know and learn from it to the future.
You know, after the war, the word genocide was forged, and well, it was a new word, but with a very, very concrete meaning. And this word is now, I would say, abused, among other things, against Israel. Don't you think that using the word genocide is not a way of diminishing the importance of what happened, for example, in Birkenau here, Auschwitz, and in general during the Holocaust?
I think that the world haven't seen, and hopefully will never see again, something like the Holocaust. It's the magnitude, the millions of people who've been murdered, and the preparation and the exact target of doing things in clear target to have a genocide of the Jewish people. This is something that has never been, and will, you don't see it. But people try to say on every conflict, and every army conflict, every war, every action that people are fighting against terrorists, that there's and trying to use this word of genocide. Genocide should be used only in the connection where there is a targeted plan to destroy a nation, and this is not what's going on, I think, in any of the wars around us. And there's no war that can be even compared in the magnitude of what we had in the Second World War. And I think this is something that we all need to remember. Even us, we suffer from what we had, the massacre of October 7th, 2023, by the Hamas terrorists. They came into our houses, crossed the border, kidnapped our wife and daughters, and raped them and burned them. And this was a massacre, a horrible massacre. But if you look at the magnitude, I mean, again, Israel is a strong country. We managed to stop it, and we'll maintain what we need to do in order to get back our hostages. But the thing is that if you compare what happened even in Israel on the 7th of October, it's like one day in the Holocaust. The Holocaust was something that it cannot be even grasped today in the context of what we had as a thorough plan to destroy the Jewish people, and this is what genocide is all about.
Those Israeli youth, young people, who don't have already their grandparents to remember what happened here in, well, 80 years ago, how do they learn about it? What is the program to tell them about what was the Holocaust, what was Shoah?
So we studied it, of course, in schools, and we have also a voyage to here, to Auschwitz, for the teenagers, like the age of 17, 16, 17, and they learned about what happened here, and I think the best thing for them is to come, and we thank the Polish government for cooperating with us. I think it's very important to have youth exchange programs. We also let the youth know and learn about Poland today, which is, you know, we're talking about different things, but it's important that they will meet their counterparts, and we're trying to create this connection because we see a very important relationship between Israeli youth and Polish youth. And of course, once they come here, they learn about what happened with the Nazis. And I think for them, it's there's nothing can be compared to really a voyager coming here and seeing for themselves in their own eyes what happened here, even though their grandfathers, as you said, are no more among us.
So we've seen these trips here for several years now. You are saying they are very important, but are they going to be continued? Because I remember there were problems with them recently.
So we solved the problems and we started again, and then the war started in Israel, and it was kind of a slow motion in the sense of wanted to see what's going on abroad, but we solved all the security issues, and we have envoys of youngsters coming in, I think on a weekly basis, and even in the tens of thousands of numbers. So I think this project, which is very important for us, is keep on going, and it should keep on going.
Thank you very much, Minister. It was a pleasure to have you here, and I hope this event will bring you some hope rather than only bad memories.
I think that we need to remember it's crucial that we'll have these kinds of events in order to maintain the knowledge and the awareness, and I thank everybody in the Auschwitz Museum and then the Polish government for having this very important event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, soon after the war, there were hundreds of former officers and guards from here in Auschwitz and Birkenau. They were being sent to Poland for being tried in normal courts. But there were also some trials at which were standing those who committed biggest crimes, like, for example, Rudolf Höss, who was tried here in Auschwitz, and then he was sentenced to death and hanged here in the midst of the gas chambers in which he was killing people. Here's a story about it.
W latach 1945-1949 Wielka Brytania, Francja, Związek Radziecki i Stany Zjednoczone postawiły nazistowskich liderów dyplomacji, gospodarki, polityki i armii przed Międzynarodowym Trybunałem Wojskowym w Norymberdze. Na tym procesie jako świadek pojawił się też były komendant obozu Auschwitz-Birkenau Rudolf Höss. O jego ekstradycję od razu wystąpiła Polska.
Najważniejszym i budzącym największe zainteresowanie opinii publicznej był oczywiście proces Rudolfa Hössa. Höss wcześniej już w Niemczech składał zeznania, między innymi w Norymberdze, gdzie stawał jako świadek w procesie Bormana. I w Polsce, jak podkreślił, dano mu możliwość spisania swoich wspomnień i traktowano go przyzwoicie. Proces ów trwał stosunkowo krótko i tutaj właściwie nie było żadnych wątpliwości co do winy oskarżonego.
2 kwietnia 1947 roku Rudolf Hess usłyszał wyrok kara śmierci. Został powieszony na terenie byłego obozu, którym bezpośrednio kierował ponad 3 lata.
Drugi z takich procesów odbywał się w Krakowie i tam sądzono m.in. następcę Hessa, Artura Liebenhenschla na stanowisku komendanta obozu. Sądzono również szefa Wydziału Politycznego, czyli Gestapo w obozie Maksymiliana Grabnera, główną nadzorczynię z obozu kobiecego, Marii Mandl. Poza tym szereg innych oficerów i SS-manów, którzy w jakiś sposób byli zaangażowani w zabijanie ludzi w komorach gazowych. To znaczy mieli oni wstęp na ów teren w pobliżu krematoriów i nadzorowali też samo zabijanie ludzi w komorach gazowych. I tutaj wyroki zapadały już różne.
Drugi komendant obozu Auschwitz-Birkenau, Artur Liebenhenschel, za zbrodnie przeciwko ludzkości został skazany na karę śmierci. Wyrok śmierci usłyszała także Maria Mandl, kierowniczka obozu kobiecego w Birkenau. Ogółem sąd wydał 23 wyroki śmierci za zbrodnie przeciwko ludzkości.
Należy wspomnieć, że wraz z początkiem zimnej wojny właściwie przestano przesyłania zbrodniarzy wojennych do Polski i ludzie ci mogli się wówczas czuć w Niemczech bezpiecznie. Sytuacja ta uległa zmianie dopiero w końcu lat 50., na początku 60., kiedy to w Niemczech zaczęły się podnosić głosy, zwłaszcza tutaj w prasie, takim profilu lewicowym, powiedzmy, czy wśród młodych ludzi, którzy zaczęli zastanawiać się, dlaczego ci winni zbrodni wojennych, których można spotkać na ulicy, wychodząc rano z domu, dlaczego ludzie ci nie zostali osądzeni. Pojawiały się zdjęcia z Auschwitz.
Trzeci komendant obozu Auschwitz-Birkenau, Richard Baer, został postawiony w stan oskarżenia dopiero kilkanaście lat po wojnie. Skutecznie ukrywał się przez wiele lat niedaleko Hamburga, gdzie pracował jako robotnik leśny. Został aresztowany na początku lat 60. i miał być głównym oskarżonym w procesie załogi Oświęcimia, do którego doszło w 1963 roku. Jednak kilka miesięcy przed rozpoczęciem procesu Richard Baer zmarł w areszcie. Przyczyną śmierci była niewydolność serca. Ostatni komendant Auschwitz uniknął sprawiedliwości. Ale mimo jego śmierci proces innych obozowych oprawców ruszył w grudniu 1963 roku. Najwyższym rangą oskarżonym był Wilhelm Boger, jeden z zastępców szefa obozowego gestapo Maxa Grabnera. Pomimo licznych dowodów popełnionych zbrodni i przeprowadzenia oględzin samego obozu przez skład sędziowski, wyroki, jakie zapadły we Frankfurcie, były dość łagodne. Jedynie 6 wyroków dożywocia wywołało protesty wśród opinii publicznej, a szczególnie wśród byłych więźniów obozu.
Czy można powiedzieć, że sprawiedliwości stało się zadać? Prawdopodobnie nie. To nie jest tylko kasus zbrodniarzy wojennych z obozów koncentracyjnych z okresu II wojny światowej. Generalnie po zakończeniu wojny trudno jest doprowadzić do skazania osób winnych, ewidentnie winnych zbrodni wojennych, w sytuacji, kiedy to albo brakuje dokumentów, które jak to właśnie stało się w przypadku Auschwitz, bardzo wiele z nich, ogromna większość została zniszczona, spalona tutaj jeszcze w momencie ewakuacji obozu.
Thanks for watching us. We are in the studio with our special guest, Holocaust survivor Frank Lowy, an Australian-Israeli businessman and philanthropist, Jewish, Slovak, Hungarian origins. Pleasure to meet you here. The wagon which was under the tent, which is under the tent, and we can see it behind us, it is a centerpiece of the ceremony that we are going to have today. It was a project of your life, initiated and arranged to be here in a permanent fixture in Birkenau. So what is this wagon for you?
What it has made a connection between me and his soul. And every time I come for a visit, I'm shaken by core. Just like I was there a few moments ago, and I said the Kaddish for him and for me. And to remember, to know that there was a man like my father among the millions of Jews who have perished, but he didn't agree to be taken away from him his talit and tefillin. And for that, he sacrificed his life. The belief in God and the belief in the Jewish people has created in him, and I inherited that pain and also the pride that he has done this heroic thing among the millions of Jews that have perished in Auschwitz-Birkenau.
So this is the personal part of this story, but it's also to commemorate like the 400,000 Hungarian Jewish people who were murdered here.
Yes, of course. It is a memory to all of the people, but in particular to that group of people who were deported here from Hungary. And I wanted to make a connection between me and him and Birkenau. And I was looking for some connection between me and him, and suddenly I thought that maybe he could find a wagon and we can put it in the place where he was murdered together with the Hungarian arrivals, that it will give me some connection. And I come here often, I pray, I say Kaddish for him, and I think of him, what made him to be so brave as to resist all the forces of the might of the Nazi machinery, not to separate himself from his talit and tefillin. And I lived that throughout my life, and I will carry it to the grave. My life has changed since I have lost him, because he disappeared into ether when I was a 13-year-old boy. And I do remember in Budapest standing at the window on the first floor for days on end, waiting for him to come back. But he didn't come back.
What do you feel here in front of the wagon, and do you feel like any kind of connection with your father? And how do you think he would feel to know about you, about your career, about your family, about your about next generations of your family?
I think I have 12 grandchildren and 13 great-grandchildren, and it's all because of him. So I've carried a torch for his family in growing a Jewish family and remembering him and his action that gave us, me, and the family courage, remembering and carrying on, because that sacrifice that he has made for his talit and tefillin, I live it. I think about it, and I live it, and I pray to it. And it has given me a connection to him. Otherwise, had I not found out, I wouldn't have known what happened to him. Can you imagine how many people have got no idea of what happened to their parents or father, but in a way, I have a connection to him through that wagon that I was able to put here. And that is like a stake with him in Birkenau here.
On the wider level, what can the story about wagon teach us about denying the Holocaust or worries about anti-Semitism?
Well, what we can learn from it, how bad and how terrible anti-Semitism is and has become. We need to respect each other, whether they are Poles, Hungarians, Catholics or Jews. We are all people of God. He brought us here, and we need to respect each other. And unfortunately, the world has not developed to that effect. But those of us who have been hurt so badly have to remember, and have to remember those who have been hurt so badly. And of course, I am a marked man since I was a little boy. Because of him, but the knowledge of his resistance has given me reason to live. And I have a nice family, a Jewish family. We believe in the Jewish religion. We believe in Israel. I am now living in Israel. And all it is because every move that I make about my religious beliefs is connected to him. And that's what gives me strength. Often I just sit and cry, just like when I was standing near the wagon and I said the Kaddish, I broke down. But often I just stand and proud how brave my father was. And his religion, his talit, his tefillin, meant more to him than life itself.
Most of your life you spent in Australia. Why did you decide to move back to Israel?
Well, I mean, it's a very long story, but I was born in Czechoslovakia, as you know, and early in my life, after the war, when Budapest got freed, I immigrated to Palestine. And I joined Israel, joined the Israeli army. And meanwhile, my parents, my mother and brothers moved from Slovakia to Australia. So I went to join them. We were only left 5 of us, and we were longing for each other. And then in Sydney, the family got together. But as I got on to life later on, I have been a very busy man. I've done a lot of work, and a lot of people worked with me and for me. But when I sold the company, I found myself kind of empty-handed, and I needed to make a change. So I decided overnight to move to Israel. I kept my house in Sydney, and I still have my house, but my residence now is in Tel Aviv. And I love it there. I belong there. We are going through a very tough time. Obvious reasons, I don't need to enumerate them. And we will not give up. We will be victorious in our land and be a home for the Jewish people forever and ever and ever.
In your opinion, what is the role of Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial in today's world? What impact is needed here to educate younger generations?
Well, we must remind the world of the evil that has happened here. If for no other reason, then it should not be repeated. And I think it's very important what you are doing here in Auschwitz-Birkenau, in having this huge function and having thousands and thousands of people come, and you bring the issue of hatred to the fore. And anybody who comes here and sees what hatred can do, hopefully those people will turn not to hate, but to tolerate. I don't talk about love, but to tolerate each other in this beautiful world of ours, which we can make it better for most of us, most of the time. And I think it's an obligation that we have, those of us, well-off people, to make the world better. And at the same time, not to forget what has happened. Because if you forget it, you don't value it. I do remember my father when I was a little boy. And when I come here often, and I say a prayer in front of the wagon, and it keeps me connected with him. So, in a way, I am still part of him, and he's part of me. And my family also do the same. So it keeps a connection to our religion, to our heritage, and to teach us not to hate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowy. It was a pleasure to meet you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joanna Dunikowska-Paś, dzień dobry. Witamy się z Państwem z miejsca pamięci terenu Muzeum Auschwitz-Birkenau. Witamy zarówno widzów telewizji polskiej, jak i widzów z całego świata, którzy ze sprawą naszej transmisji mogą śledzić te wydarzenia. Godzinę punktualnie o 16:00 rozpoczną się uroczystości z okazji 80. rocznicy
shall begin.
obozu koncentracyjnego.
The commemoration of the liberation of Auschwitz, a German Nazi concentration extermination camp. And there are no right good words to describe all the suffering that happened here, but there are still witnesses who remember those dramatic events and can tell us about it. For those who were there need no explanation. Those who are not there will never understand, but we will be listening to what they have to say. So will the representatives of dozens of countries, state delegations and organizations from all over the world. There is a special tent in Birkenau too, and there is a special symbol, a rail car there. Now, around 7,000 inmates lived to see the liberation of the camp. Until that moment, around 1,100,000 people, inmates, died there. January 27th is also the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Holocaust is a lesson that we need to learn. What have we learned? What have we learned from witnesses? These are important questions that will be asked and hopefully answered. Minia Boratowski will be interviewing Petr Pavel, the President of the Czech Republic.
Our guest now is the President of the Czech Republic, Mr. Petr Pavel.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Mr. President, there are so many people coming here. Are they coming here only because it suits to come here to meet other leaders, or is there any real signal to be given to the world from here in today's situation?
Well, I believe that many of us, or I would say all of us, have gathered here to commemorate the Holocaust, probably the worst case of genocide in history. We can trace in human history many conflicts where civilians were dying in big numbers, but not all these civilian casualties could be considered as genocide. Most of them are simply collateral damage of war. But when we talk about genocide, usually we define it as a deliberate destruction of a nation or group of people in mass numbers. And one of the worst cases of genocide in history is linked to this place, to Camp Auschwitz. And obviously, we have to commemorate it because as humanity is really bad in taking lessons from history. If we don't remind ourselves what happened, how did it happen, what led to that situation, we would probably be in a position to live that history once again.
Is it correct to say that people, that we have something in history but not in our memory? Because when we look at today's world, when people tend to name several events as a genocide, as you said, they misunderstand this meaning, because the real meaning of genocide, which the notion which was created just after the World War II, to describe what happened here and in other places of that kind across Europe. Is it legitimate to say today then that whenever civilians are being killed, is it already a genocide?
Well, if we accept that idea, I think in any future conflict, killing civilians would always be marked as a genocide, and it's impossible. Quite often, civilians are being killed not because that one of the sides deliberately wants to kill them, but that one of the sides is using them as a shield. We saw it happening almost every day in Gaza, where Hamas was using civilians in a very cynical way as their shield against military operations that were launched by the genocide that they led against Israeli people in the neighborhood of Gaza. So I think we would always have to be very cautious when assessing what are unfortunate civilian casualties of war and what is the genocide.
Do the events like today's commemoration in Birkenau help people understand the sources of hatred and results of this hatred? Is it helpful, or is it just, again, what I asked at the beginning, is just a meeting of important people?
No. I believe that we always have to remind ourselves what led to the Holocaust, because it didn't start from one day to another. There were many traces leading to this strategy, and whenever we stay idle to these signs of change, then we would probably allow something like that happen again. And that's why we should be always very careful to watch signs of hate speech, breaking the freedom of speech, or rather allowing misinterpreting freedom of speech for distribution of hate speech. And we see it in a number of cases today. Of course, not all of these cases will have to lead to a genocide, but they are inciting very negative sentiments within the societies. They are alienating different groups in societies against each other. And in worst case, they are alienating the whole nations or ethnic groups. And these may lead to conflict and to genocide. Actually, we have seen that in Srebrenica, and we'll commemorate the 30th anniversary this year. And that was another example of hatred that grew up to something which we cannot even imagine in ordinary life.
You're a general, and you are a former top official of NATO, and so I'd like to hear what would you advise as an approach towards countries or organizations which are just killing people or trying to kill people or foment hatred for their personal individual goals?
Well, I believe that first we have to start by calling people and situations proper names. If someone is inciting hatred, if someone is changing the atmosphere for his own favor, creating very, I'd say, animosity in the society, then we should clearly mark who is at the beginning of that problem. And sometimes we're changing the meaning of who is a victim and who is aggressor, like in case of Ukraine and Russia, simply by following our political objectives. So I believe that if anywhere in the world someone is abusing democratic rights, to attack groups of people, to create an atmosphere of hostility, we should act at the very beginning, because, as I mentioned, if we stay idle, if we are not able to stand up against this behavior, it will very probably continue and grow into something bigger. In NATO, what we were always trying to do is to make intelligence assessment of any sign of hostility, any sign of conflict, not to let it grow into this scope that we have seen in the world wars.
Thank you very much for being here. President of the Czech Republic, Mr. Petr Pavel. And now we are going to talk about film directors who, many of them, and even the best of the profession, were trying to do their jobs, their films about atrocities here in Auschwitz-Birkenau. Not always it was successful, but in many cases we could then see big artistic events. So please have a look at what we have to show.
Mimo upływu 80 lat od zakończenia dramatu więźniów obozu Auschwitz-Birkenau, temat ten w kulturze masowej wciąż jest
Many of the world's leading filmmakers have aspired to grapple with the subject of the Holocaust in their art. No history of Polish cinema, be it an encyclopedia entry or academic discussion or no history, can gloss over Wanda Jakubowska The Last Stage, shot in 1947, a mere 2 years after the war. Mark my words, they're going to kill us all. Calm down now, mother. Wanda Jakubowska, a survivor, shot her first film on location in the camp just 2 years after it ceased its operations, taking advantage of the setting, which had changed very little in the meantime, and drawing on the eyewitnesses' accounts that were still fresh in the minds of the former prisoners. So all the elements she needed to create an impeccable depiction of the camp were there. But the film has a flaw, I think, namely that the story she tells is not entirely coherent. There is no central leitmotif, no central theme that would connect viewers with individual characters. But then, of course, comes Munch's Passenger, which is notable for the plot that forms the central theme of the film. Well, of course, the movie itself is incomplete due to untimely death of the director. Andrzej Munch was inspired to make Passenger by a radio drama entitled Passenger from Cabin Number 45 by the writer and Auschwitz survivor Zofia Posmysz. What's unique about this film is the director's portrayal of the relationship between the oppressor and the victim. Likewise, the moral dimension plays a very important role in the movie called Passenger. On one hand, there is this Polish sense of pride and bravery, and on the other hand, we have the German sense of superiority and duty. Unfortunately, I had my moments of weakness too, and Marta was able to witness it. And then we have 1980s, late 1980s, where we saw the release of 3 major movie productions, one of which was Polish. The first was that one episode of The Winds of War was shot at Birkenau, and then a film entitled The Triumph of the Spirit, which in my opinion was nearly perfect in terms of its historical accuracy. And finally, Kornblumenbau, a Polish film which is very uneven. Some scenes depict Auschwitz in a very accurate way, but then there are some scenes that I have doubts about, being a historian, because they are not faithful renditions of what life was like in the camp. Now, a completely new voice about the Holocaust was Steven Spielberg's 1993 film, The Schindler's List. The cinematographer Janusz Kaminski depicted mass murder using a very realistic style, and this deeply effective in those people who have witnessed the horrors of the war firsthand. At that time, it seemed that Schindler's List has pushed the boundaries of realistic portrayals of the Holocaust to their limits. But, as the Hungarian director Laszlo Nemes demonstrates in his film Son of Saul, true art has no limits. The filmmaker observes the Holocaust almost literally through the eyes of someone who finds himself at the very heart of its inferno. To me, as a historian, Son of Saul is far from perfect, especially with regard to prisoners' uniforms, the badges, or other historical details. But on the other hand, what makes this film so meaningful is that, unlike any movie before it, it restores the humanity of the Sonderkommando prisoners. The latest motion picture to deal with the crimes committed at Auschwitz is the British-Polish-American co-production Zone of Interest, directed by Jonathan Glazer. The first film to attempt to portray the Holocaust through the eyes of its perpetrators, specifically Rudolf Höss, the commandant of Auschwitz.
Thanks for watching us. We are here with our guests, but we just watched a clip about the Zone of Interest movie, which tells the story of the life of the Auschwitz camp officer family who lived just behind the camp's wall. It's a good point to start our conversation, but let me first introduce our guests. Jack Fairweather, a British journalist and author, including the book The the volunteer, which tells the story of Witold Pilecki. Piotr Setkiewicz, a Polish historian, researcher, and a leading authority on the history of Auschwitz-Birkenau and the Holocaust, and Jonathan Glazer, a British film director, screenwriter, and a visual artist whose film The Zone of Interest won 2 Academy Awards. Pleasure to have you here. So let's start from the movie. Did you ever imagine that this film could have made in another location? That how important was that location for you?
It was most. I mean, it was nothing was more important really than setting the film as close to the camps as I could. For the, I think once I'd decided to make a film, I had no prescription about what I wanted to make. Originally, I came to the camps. I met Mr. Setkiewicz and others, and very open armed to say, I don't know really what I want to make, but I feel like I'm going to make something. I'm not sure exactly what my approach will be. And I was very, very struck by the proximity of the house, the commandant's house, to the camp itself, and I felt like that really was the centre of my film. And really, I decided then and there that I had to make it as make it as much of a simulation as I could. And so we looked around other parts of Poland to try and find ways of doing it using sort of, the smoke and mirrors of film production. But I kept coming back here. I kept feeling like there was no film unless I could do it here, really, that I could believe in.
You knew the novel about this story, and that was the first thing you thought about this story, that you have to do it here, or what was your first impression about that?
Well, the book, Martin Amos's book, I think it was the point of view that I made a decision about because of what he'd written, because it was something I found very courageous about, taking on that perspective. So that was the first stake in the ground for me, as it were. And then second to that, obviously, were and then I was travelling to the museum many times. And my investigation started, really. But so yeah, it started with the book. Started with the perspective, the perpetrator perspective. Obviously, there've been many films made about the victims of the Holocaust, and rightly so. But I felt that I was going to approach it from another. I wanted to come at it from a different point of view, and Mr. Amos's book gave me that point of view, which I then came to make my own discoveries.
What was your first impression after seeing this house, like a regular house, but really close to the?
Yeah, I mean, well, it really ended up being the reason why I made the film. I was devastated by the proximity of it. It was. I remember being on the other side, on the camp side, by the Kommandantur, the Commandant building, on my first trip around the camp, and I remember looking at the wall from the campsite and imagining children playing in the garden on the other side. I knew they had a swimming pool, and I imagined them splashing around, having fun in the pool, and how that must have sounded to a prisoner. So I think that was very much a driver for me as well, that proximity.
Mm-hmm. After so many years since the liberation of the Auschwitz prisoners, it seems that their stories and what happened here are perfectly documented. When working on the book about Witold Pilecki, did you ever struggle with the fact that you have so many sources and maybe some of them not reliable?
Well, that's why Jonathan and I have Piotr here to help us tell what is reliable and not. It's true there's a vast amount of information, and of course it's not so much unreliable, it's just that when a prisoner gave testimony after the war, often memory is valuable, and part of my job in writing the story of Witold Pilecki was to verify what he himself had written about his time in the camp, and that involved reading hundreds of prisoner testimonies and comparing their experiences at different moments in the camp. And it was very striking about Pilecki that so much of what he wrote stacked up against what other prisoners said, against SS records, and indeed what some of the survivors I got to speak to when I was doing my research told me as well. And I think it really speaks to Pilecki's special mission to Auschwitz, which was to report on the camp. But that was his job. Why he allowed himself to get captured and sent there was as a chronicler of the camp's horrors. And that was very much my mission in following in his footsteps, was to try and respect that mission of his to tell the truth of what had happened in Auschwitz.
Was it your own research, or you have a kind of team for that?
Well, I had two wonderful researchers, Polish researchers who helped me and bothered Piotr all the time with questions that would come up during the research, and it really was a team effort, which I'm very grateful to Piotr for all his support over the years.
Likewise.
When someone starts working on a film or a book, what should he or she do first as a research?
First of all, I believe that it is necessary to make a survey, the basic research and the sources, which are usually viable in a different way. For example, these might have been the testimonies by survivors, but also the documents created by the German bureaucracy of the camp. And usually there is a number of common points in this two kinds of narratives. For example, when we discuss with Jonathan about the question why, what Hus could think when he heard that he's going to be promoted to Berlin and to send from Auschwitz to the senior command position in the Inspectorate of Concentration Camps. So on the one hand, there's a testimony, but there is also a document in which Hus tried to ask his friend, Martin Bormann, to intervene on his behalf, because he actually didn't want to leave Auschwitz when he felt like the king. So in this way, we can confirm this by the two kinds of sources, this story, and made it more credible.
Okay, how Museum can support the process?
Yeah, well, we can help in different ways. For instance, there's possible to ask us for our opinion about certain pieces of such work, about the movie, about the chapter of the book, or to give some advice, certain advice, how it should be done, how it would be arranged, and so on. But however, we do not, and we don't like to help in recreating the Auschwitz in the way that had very little to do with the reality of the camp. When intentionally the author has his own idea, is sometimes, very romantic. For example, there's always a story of love between a young and beautiful girl and a handsome German officer, something like that. So we don't want to be engaged in such kind of fiction.
Mm-hmm. In many films or books, we can see like a lot of stories from Auschwitz. We can see the crimes committed here, and they are very often brutal, drastic. Why did you decide not to show this kind of scenes in your movie?
For me, I didn't want to reenact that violence and having people dress up to be victims or dress up to be perpetrators.
But that was also truth from the camp.
That was also
truth.
The truth of the camp. Yeah. But it's for me. I didn't feel there was. I think there are boundaries. I find when I took this on naturally. I don't think there are boundaries to to any subject. Actually, I think every subject should be there to be explored for us to understand more about who we are as human beings. But there are boundaries. I think the ethics of representation, I think, very important in this particular with this particular subject. And I simply didn't feel for myself that I wanted to reenact these horrors that I also felt that we had seen done extremely well. And I think a lot of that imagery people have I think that imagery is in us. We understand that imagery, and I felt I felt like I didn't want to reenact that. I didn't want to do that again. I wanted to, also because my film was very much about the commandant and the family, I wanted to stay on sort of rigidly on that side of the wall. And I wanted to evoke everything through sound so that the horrors that were being enacted were not they were out of sight, but they weren't out of mind, ever.
Was it the voice behind the wall stronger than like the real sense from the camp?
Well, for me it is. Yeah, for me, I felt that was the right execution.
Okay, since we are already talking about this specific place, who is the current owner of the house, and what's going on with this place? And have any survivors ever been inside?
I don't think so. Well, I haven't heard of that. Well, this was simply the private house. We must remember that it was built before the war by the family of a sergeant of the Polish army, Mr. Soja. So after the war, he was given back to the right owners, legal owners. But it had never been part of the exhibition. I think that the museum had no idea what to do with the building, which is situated very close to the camp on the one hand, and it has his very dark past. The villa that was held by the commander and of Auschwitz and his family. So, well, we'll see what was going to happen. There's a certain foundation who decided to buy the house and to use it somehow for some reasons. I would believe that the cooperation with museum and this foundation will be possible, but I'm not sure. I don't know simply the details now.
Probably during your research work, you became experts in your topics. So can you see some errors from another publishers, from another movies that you can see them watching the movie or reading a book?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, like what kind of?
Well, you know, there's obviously a vast amount of literature is produced about Auschwitz, popular literature, which does, I think as Piotr was alluding to, cross the line between fact and fiction in a way that I personally find uncomfortable. I write narrative non-fiction. My aim is to immerse readers in the world of the people I write about, like Pilecki, but to base every detail in that world on a document, some sort of evidence, because I feel very uncomfortable. I vehemently don't want to make stuff up. I feel like that is against what Pilecki himself said when he was writing about the camp. Every detail in his reports was true, because what was the point otherwise?
Okay, here we need to finish our conversation. Thank you very much, Jack Ferreiro, Piotr Setkiewicz, and Jonathan Glazer. Thanks one more time. And now we will watch the memories from Shuli Mizank.
W 1943 roku,
in 1943, on the night of February 5th to 6th, to be exact, I was deported, together with my entire family, to Auschwitz concentration camp in a transport of Jews. After we were unloaded onto the platform, an SS guard approached us and announced that elderly men and women were to line up on the left. Young women who did not want to part with their children were also told to stand on the left, as were cripples, and also a few more categories of people he mentioned. Men were told to line up on the right. Skilled young men who had learned a trade and were not cripples. That's obviously where I went with my brother-in-law and my two cousins. We lined up on the right, but my father and mother, along with my young sister and her infant child, even though she was very young, and my 13-year-old sister, they lined up on the left. Those on the left were loaded onto trucks and taken to the crematoriums. Then we were taken to the sauna. There, despite the freezing cold, outside we were made to undress. Some couldn't stand the mental pressure and threw themselves on the electric fans. Others even climbed onto the nearby barracks and jumped down from them to their deaths. Inside the sauna, the guards mocked us, all of them, told us that we would be sent to death too, that we'd also be sent to the crematorium. But after around an hour, we were marched out of the sauna barefoot onto the snow. And from the sauna, we were led to the barracks, which is where we slept. The barracks themselves, they were made of wood. They were built to house around 200 prisoners in 3-story bunk beds. At first, we were given no bedding or pillows, nothing. Not for the first week. We answered to the capo at work, and to the block elders in the barracks. Generally speaking, our torturers, this is what one might call them, represented a number of nationalities. There were Germans, Poles, Jews, Frenchmen, Czechs, and so on. They treated us with great hostility. To them, it was simply unimaginable that we would ever leave the camp and regain our freedom. Throughout my entire time at Birkenau, I went hungry. To be specific, we were given a daily ration of half pound of bread and some soup. So thin it was practically water, with just a bit of unpeeled potatoes. In the evening, we would be given what they called a culaga, which sometimes contained a tiny piece of sausage, just a slice, or a pat of margarine. And that was supposed to last us the whole day. The prisoners who lived in this barrack were so exhausted that the man who had been the longest, half a year, no longer had the strength to move on his own. The others, who had been there a month or two, were also severely weakened. I thought to myself, if he can barely walk after 6 months in this place, then how would I fare? I came from a poor Jewish family. My father was a farmer. I was an athlete, a weightlifter. I worked as a woodworker. I figured that since I was young, I would survive a year. Never would I have imagined that I'd be there for 2 years.
Przysłuchujemy się razem z panem Piotrem
We listening together with Piotr Setkiewicz to these memories too. Piotr is the head of the Center for Research at Auschwitz Museum. We have less and less memories that still can be heard live. There are still two groups of people. There are those who survived and decided to return here and to stand up to the trauma, to their experiences, and the group who tried to oust that from their memory or who have never returned to this place. Yes, but I would also add the third group of former inmates, and I mean here those who, after the war, eagerly and frequently participated in various educational programs, who used to meet young people, who wrote books and who made appearances on TV. Those reactions were very different. Many of them never established any contact with the museum, and that resulted for many reasons. They might have left for some other part of the world, for example Australia, and they never had any opportunity to set up such a contact. Or also traumatic experience from the time of the camp was so strong that they didn't even want to discuss it with their closest family. Oh right, that's what you often mention, that the near and dear knew that somebody had been in the camp, but there was that trauma which went also into the second generation. We will be returning to Piotr Setkiewicz, but now we have Maciej Zakrocki talking to Roberta Metsola, the President of the European Parliament.
We have another distinguished guest in our studio, Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament.
Thank you for having me.
When you received the invitation to this celebration, I imagine you immediately thought, yeah, I must be there. It's my duty, of course, in a good sense of the word duty. So why are you here?
That's precisely the point. I have been here as a visitor in my youth. I have also visited this largest, most symbolic and most tragic remnant of one of the darkest chapters of our history in Europe. As President of the European Parliament, I have met survivors, but when I received the invitation to be here on the 80th anniversary, such a momentous day, which still witnessed so much suffering was one neither myself as a European citizen and also as President of the European Parliament representing the whole of Europe could not be not here today.
I remember well the celebration of the International Day of Commemoration in memory of victims of Holocaust in the European Parliament last year. You recalled the words of Marian Turski, the Holocaust survivor, "Auschwitz did not fall from the sky." Why is this sentence so important and so powerful still?
Because I still think that not enough people in Europe, first of all, are aware of our history, of that very dark period in Europe, out of which Europe, countries came together and said, never again. Because also that is the reason why we are seeing such an increase, not only in intolerance, in anti-Semitism, in I would say also indifference as to what is happening. This nothing cares if injustice takes place, hatred. When you see what is happening not only online, but also offline in our streets in Europe, then I understand also why Marian Turski would have said that for many years this was happening, but people looked away. And I am afraid, I am really afraid that we are repeating a cycle of indifference and intolerance that means that Jews are still once again, and today more than ever, feeling that they are unsafe in Europe.
But how do you explain this rising of anti-Semitism in Europe? Because we still believe that such a place like this one, it's absolutely enough to have in the mind that it must be stopped, this intolerance, racism, and so on. And we have a lot of EU documents from Council, from Commission, from Parliament, a lot of statesmen, strategies, and it doesn't work. Why?
Because intolerance and division, polarization, if you will, is the order of the day in today's society, in today's politics. The idea of us and them, the idea of prosecution of a minority, of that looking away if something is happening because does not affect you directly, is, I believe, something that our societies are getting more and more used to. I also believe, and you mentioned books, but you are from Poland. I am not. And if you are from a country that, for example, is geographically far away from this place, then this is less of a likelihood that your children know about it. You know, I have made it my mission that my 4 children, my 4 sons, will need to come here and see with their own eyes. I'm not sure that what they are taught in their history books is enough. It is far away. We are sadly the last generation of having the privilege of getting to know Holocaust survivors. That's why I insist that the European Parliament every year commemorates this very difficult day, because I want new members of Parliament from all 27 member states to go back home and say, how are we treating the Jewish people in my country? How are we dealing with such indifference? How do we deal in the face of intolerance? This is how do we deal when it comes to religious freedom? How do we deal with what we thought is fundamental when we look at the pillars of our democracy and what Europe was based on? Today is 2025, 80 years later. Are we in a better state than we were 10 years ago? I'm very worried.
Yeah, you are right, because this, what you call it, privilege to meet with the survivors here. But on the other hand, we know, it's sad, but we know that it's probably the last big anniversary we can celebrate together with them. So what do you think, what must be done that the memory of what happened here does not disappear with the passing away of these last witnesses?
I think every name, every life, every story needs to be shared. Because once you hear, whether first-hand or second-hand, because you also have relatives of Holocaust survivors who are now sadly no longer with us, who continue to share their stories. This will be in fact the case on Wednesday, the day after tomorrow, in the European Parliament, where we will have a relative of a Holocaust, victim of the Holocaust actually, who did not survive, but his cello survived after he was tragically lost. That we can never forget.
Paul Herman,
Absolutely.
and his daughter
Marina,
will be
yes,
in the European
in
Parliament.
the European Parliament, to talk about her father's life, Hungarian, and to talk about the legacy that he has left through his music. So that's why I said every story, every life, every name must be shared. And it has to go from generation to generation. That's how we were brought up, to listen to what the previous generations told us. I think it's time we do more of that. And it's now incumbent to our generation, my generation, our children, to take it from us if we share it with them. If we don't do it, my fear is it will be lost.
But would you say a few words more about this? Because I read this story of Paul Herman, and it's an unbelievable story because he was arrested, and when he was put to the train, to the camp, he threw the paper with the information, please do something with my cello, and somebody did it, and for years it was unknown where is it, and suddenly his daughter, who survived, found it during the concert with the young musicians. So it's unbelievable.
Every story is impressive, is incredible, and you also see the very strong ties of descendants of survivors or victims that continue to be held in families, generation after generation. Last year we had one of the hidden children, as they are called, of victim and survivor of the Holocaust. 3 years ago we also had, because Brussels is also a place where you have a lot of survivors who returned after they were liberated. So every story is so magnificent, and also music we have seen. Also, if you go to the museums and you see the individual accounts, that music kept them hopeful, a lot of people hopeful during those dark years. Also, there were pieces that were composed, written, that have survived beyond the life of the person who wrote them. We cannot let any of this go, and that's why I believed it was important when we were presented with this story, and I came across this fascinating account, that we would have also a performance of the cello inside the European Parliament, which I think would be momentous.
So it will be on Wednesday, so I recommend everybody to watch the live transmission.
It will be live, yes.
It will be like everywhere, very touchy moment. Just very last question. You said you would like to come here with your children, but it's easy for you to first come with them and to explain what's really happened here, because sometimes we believe that it's unbelievable and it's impossible to describe what's happened here. So what is your idea to talk to children about that?
So when I visited here, I was taken round also the museums where you see the prosthetics, the spectacles that we saw, the collection of paraphernalia that people left behind in this camp. But that was, I think, what was the most touching. I agree with you that the scale of it needs time. But I took that time, and I had people who explained bit by bit. So I would like that story not to stop with me, but to also go to my children. My husband also came here as a young boy with his school, so it was important. And I would, if you ask me, I would insist that whereas all our children go on school trips, that this would be on the curriculum of European school children, to come and see what essentially is a representative of why we say never again.
Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament, thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
A z nami w studiu kolejny gość, marszałek Senatu, pani Małgorzata Kidawa-Błońska. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, witam panią, witam państwa.
Bardzo dziękuję pani za to spotkanie w dniu
Thank you for this meeting. This is the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. Here he speaks about the Polish role, the role Poland plays in the commemoration and how to warn people, warn others. What is our role? How should we talk about that? Firstly, we need to do our utmost so that people remember about this place, about this site. Recently, I believe many people have forgotten about what happened here, what one human being could do to another because of hatred, contempt, and one's willingness to rule over the world. If people forget about that, it might lead to tragedy. Turski, Professor Marian Turski quoted the 11th commandment, you must not be indifferent, right? And you can do that by ways of teaching about history, by warning. The last survivors are departing. We need to take over this role and to educate people about what has happened here. What can be done so that this hell on earth never happens again? So this role of educating is very important, and doing away with misinformation. The voices of the survivors are the most important voices today, and the conclusions are rather sad. This is a bitter anniversary. The survivors feel this threat, that is this ongoing war behind our eastern border, and never before this threat has been so close. I understand this concern. I feel their disquiet. Never would I believe that 80 years after these events would anyone use a Nazi salute. And yet, this is something that is happening throughout Europe and around the world. It is terrifying. After all, it is very easy to cross this thin red line. And Professor Turski said Auschwitz did not fall from the sky. Baby steps were being taken, and I believe somebody is taking these baby steps. We need to oppose that. We're talking about the German Nazi concentration camp. But even before the Russian aggression, we had been warning. What about this voice of ours? We've got difficult experience. Is our voice being listened to? It should be listened to, and some people are listening to us and to this voice of ours. We have got experience with both types of totalitarianism. We know about falsehood, how it permeates people, how hatred crawls out under people's skin. And basically, there are so many painful anniversaries that we have to celebrate. Look at what is happening across the eastern border. Look at these nationalistic movements that are on the rise. These are causes for concern. I believe that this anniversary will remind people that everything is up to them. The world can be good or evil. If we allow evil and hatred to take over, it's going to be very dangerous. Madam Speaker, Ms. Kidawa-Błońska. Now Kasia Madera, who is a BBC News journalist. We'll ask her about the plan for this commemoration. Joanna, in a moment, commemoration will begin. Leaders from all over the world, have come to be here. But the leaders will not be speaking. Even the Polish, or rather the British monarch, is not going to speak. It's unprecedented. And other politicians will not be speaking. The people in the spotlight are those who survived it all this cruelty that took place 80 years ago. We will be listening in to their voices, and they play central stage. They play the most important role here. Kasia Madera from BBC. Thank you very much. And we have here Piotr Setkiewicz, who is the head of the research center at the museum. We have talked about Those survivors that have decided to face this site and to come here, others chose not to. Let's talk about the survivors that actually, yes, did survive and would go somewhere. Only some would return to their own homes. Often they would say that these returns would be very difficult. So they would not be listened to. People would not believe what they had to say. Many survivors did want to talk about it with their loved ones, with their friends, colleagues at work, but quite often they wouldn't be believed. People thought that nothing like that could simply ever happen. For that reason, former inmates with time would stop talking about their camp experiences. The public opinion wouldn't be interested in it. The first books about the camp experiences that would sell well would be published in the 60s or later. Possibly for that reason, many survivors didn't want to talk about that subject. Remember, let's talk about the Polish inmates for a moment. They didn't want to go back to Poland, and this is where we finish this conversation.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen,
spotykamy się dziś przed bramą wjazdową
we're
do
meeting here today at the gate to Birkenau. Standing before us is a railway wagon, a symbol of the suffering of all the victims of the Auschwitz concentration camp and extermination center. In particular, it is a reference to the tragic transports of the Hungarian Jews in 1944, the climax of the operation of this horrible place. This wagon was placed here on this very ramp 15 years ago as a symbol, thanks to the generous support of Frank Lowy. May the silent emptiness of this wagon be filled today with our living memory of all those who perished in Auschwitz.
Na dzisiejszych obchodach pragnę powitać.
It is my honor to extend a warm welcome to the survivors.
Witam głowy koronowane.
May I welcome their majesties, presidents, prime ministers, and all the heads of national delegations.
Witam przedstawicieli
May I welcome representatives of the Polish Parliament and parliamentarians from across Europe and around the world.
Witam
I
przedstawicieli
welcome
korpusu dyplomatycznego.
members of the diplomatic corps.
Witam darczyńców.
I welcome the benefactors who have contributed to the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation Perpetual Fund, the Pillars of Remembrance. I welcome representatives of churches and religious communities, including Jewish communities and organizations, as well as the Roma community. I welcome representatives of regional and local authorities. I welcome all representatives of institutions and organizations and all the persons in attendance who have come to today's commemoration. May I ask for a welcome on behalf of the survivors. I'm asking Marian Turski, who survived Auschwitz and is a member of the International Auschwitz Council. On behalf of all the survivors, I welcome the distinguished guests. I welcome all who have gathered here in this tent. I welcome those who are listening to us on the radio and who watch us on TV and in all the other media. However, first and foremost, my warmest thoughts and feelings go towards you, my fellows, men and women who have shared this misery with me, the inmates. Today we commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of the Holocaust. It is absolutely understandable, if not downright obvious, that people, that the media turn to us, to those who survived, so that we shared with them our memories. However, there's always been a very small minority of us who went through all those selections positively. That number itself was very little. And those who lived to see freedom, there were hardly none. So few. And now there is only a handful. Such a small bevy. That is why I believe that our thoughts should now go towards this huge majority, those millions of victims who will never tell us what they experienced, what they felt, just because they were consumed by that mass destruction, the Shoah. However, there is a certain document that has survived, a document, a poem, that to a particular degree tells us something about those very people. And do remember the name. It's by Henryka Łazowert. Henryka Łazowert. She was a Polish poetess. She had very successful attempts at writing literature. She had an opportunity to hide beyond the walls of the ghetto, but she was loath to leave her mother behind. Today, when I listen to her poem, I find it as something that goes absolutely beyond any thing that the mind can imagine. This is a document. We have a photo of Henryka. She was a beautiful woman. She was 33. By that time, she had been a recognized poet, a Polish poet. She wrote in Polish, and as a Jewess, she was sentenced to annihilation. She had an opportunity to find a hiding place on the so-called Aryan side, but she didn't want to leave her mother. She wrote a letter, a poem, to her friend. Let me quote that letter. I'm going somewhere there, to a very distant place, a station that is unknown, for it is not in any map. There is the sky hanging over the station like a huge black lid. The engine shrieks with the voice of a beaten man. The train drivers have the faces of paper. All I have with me is just one suitcase and one grief that no one's ever tried to plummet. I'm so very composed, and what you cannot see at all, so very sad. Be healthy, my distant. There are hearts where nothing changes. I am no longer. No longer. May I ask all the present to stand up for a moment's silence? Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear friends, for at least 2,000 years of our civilization, we've been accompanied by a vision of apocalypse. Here, the four riders of apocalypse arrive: war, pestilence, hunger, and death. People are perplexed with fear, paralyzed with that fear. And they feel absolutely helpless. What can be done? At this point, I would like to quote a song that certainly many of you would recognize if I hummed the tune, but don't worry, I'm not going to sing. But all I want is to draw your attention to the lyrics, because these lyrics are exceptionally inspiring. The author of the lyrics is Rabbi Nachman of Bratslav, who was better known as Rabbi Nachman of Humain, because that was where he had his body buried among the
graves of the victims of a pogrom. All our world, the whole world we have, is nothing, a very narrow bridge, and which is most important, one must not be afraid at all. Thus, not to be afraid, we see in the contemporary world, today and now, we see a huge rise in anti-Semitism, and that is precisely anti-Semitism that led to the Holocaust. Deborah Lipstadt called it the tsunami of anti-Semitism, and it was her courage, her tenacity in fighting with Holocaust denial, which in English is called the denial of the Holocaust, put an end to it. It ended in a success after she won a trial against David Irving in London. Let us not fear demonstrating the same courage today when Hamas attempts at denial of the massacre of the 7th of October. Let us not oppose the conspiration theories saying that all the evil of this world results from a plot started by some indefinite social groups, and Jews are often mentioned as one of such. Let us not fear discussing the problems that torment the so-called last generation. These young people may disturb our social order, they may disturb our system of truth, yet whether the judge has pronounced the sentence when he uttered those memorable words, perhaps today I sentence tomorrow's heroes. Let us not be afraid to convince ourselves that we can solve problems between neighbors, because for centuries, on many continents, many nations, many peoples, and many ethnic groups have lived and have had their homes among one another and between one another. All the hatred, all the hate speech led to armed conflicts between those neighboring peoples and ethnic groups. That always ended in bloodshed. Yet, luckily, there are the positive experiences as well, when both the sides reach a conclusion that they have no other way of ensuring a peaceful, safe and secure life for their children, grandchildren, and for the future generations, than leading to a compromise. Let me quote here two examples from Europe: Germans and the French, Poles and Lithuanians. Let me reiterate, let us not fear convincing ourselves that one needs to have a vision not only of what is here today, but also what is going to come tomorrow and what will come in several decades. Thank you for your attention.
Teraz wysłuchajmy głosu
Now,
świadków.
let us listen to the witnesses. May I ask a survivor, Ms. Janina Iwańska, to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, half a year ago, in June, I was here to commemorate the first transport of inmates to Auschwitz. These were Polish inmates that had been moved here from Tarnów. 728 people altogether. This was the 84th anniversary of the first transport. This is the 80th anniversary of the camp liberation, when the camp stopped its operation. 4.5 years. This is how the camp operated. Now, this camp changed significantly. Originally, it was a camp for political prisoners, people who were not happy with German occupation. These were mostly Poles, mostly adults. Then, Poles were no longer allowed to form associations, including scouting. This is when younger people, boys, would be moved here, teenage boys, for their activity in the scouting, Polish scouting movement. So, for a time, most of the inmates were Poles here. Then, this camp turned into a camp for Soviet POWs. Tens of thousands of POWs were moved here. But these were not, or rather this camp became a labor camp. So firstly, in August, those Russians and Poles would become subjects. They were used to test various killing gases to see which gas would be the most efficient. Then in September 1941, those Soviet POWs that survived were moved to Brzezinka, the village of Brzezinka. This is where we are, and this is where, when then started building the Birkenau camp. And they worked throughout a very heavy winter. Remember, winters here were truly tragic. Lots of poverty, lots of very hard work, and little to eat. If you disliked anything, you would be killed. March 1942, this is when the camp was commissioned. 12,000 survivors were moved here, but only 500 survived. Once Birkenau was ready, women would be brought in, because until that point there had been no women. Women from Poland and from all over Europe. Belgians, French, Czech, Romanian women, and most of them were Polish. Now, the operators of the camp, which gas worked the best, which is when they started building gas chambers. In autumn, they started the construction of the gas chambers and the crematoria. April next year, the crematoria were ready, so were the gas chambers. And that is when it was no longer a POW camp, a Soviet camp. This is when the killing machine started its operation. This is when the killing factory started its operation. All they would do here would be killing people. Some people would be moved to other camps, but most would be exterminated. It is difficult to calculate all the people killed here. Most would be registered, marked, but many a time inmates, people would be brought in here from other countries, and they would be driven directly to gas chambers and crematoria. It is calculated that around 1 million Jews were murdered this way, so they would be taken directly from the ramp to the gas chambers. Nobody knows exactly how many people died here. Now, the year was 1943. Apart from Jews and Aryan people from all over Europe and other continents, including Asia and North America, they would bring in Roma. They called it the gypsy camp. Roma and Sinti would be put there. They called it the family camp. Families would be brought in here, Roma with their wives and children. Dr. Mengele would take care of them. Even before the war, Mengele actually had conducted experiments aimed at proving that the German race was superior. All the others were inferior, and the Jews and the Roma were basically inhuman, so they should be exterminated. The Roma were brought in here in whole families because he specialized in conducting experiments on children. Where you had a family, there were also children then, and they, or rather then, he would experiment on newborns, on babies. Many Roma died here because of diseases, misery. Now, in August 1943, there were as many as 4,000 Roman Sinti living there. There was this night of the 3rd. They were all taken directly to gas chambers. In the morning, on the next day, not a single living Roma or Sinti was there, because Mengele had completed his experiments and he no longer needed the material to work on. So it was August 1944, close to the end of the war. That is when the uprising broke out on the 1st of August. It was an uprising against the Germans. The Germans were to leave the city because the Soviets, the Russians, were on the other side of on the other bank of the river. Poles rose because they wanted to win the capital, but the Germans would return and started destroying the capital. They were given orders to flatten the city. All the inhabitants of the city were to be exterminated. In the first 6 days, in the district of Wola, 50,000 civilians were killed. They would be dragged out of their homes and flats and shot on the street. Their houses would be set on fire. I lived in the very same neighborhood. So a bit later, they would be there too. A special camp was set up close to Warsaw. The houses would be set on fire, people would be brought to this camp in Pruszków, a temporary camp, and segregation would take place there. Those who couldn't work would be taken first to Germany for forced labor, and then they would be moved to concentration camps. August the 12th, this is when I was transported here to Auschwitz-Birkenau. Tens of thousands of Varsovians were moved here. Many women were moved to Ravensbrück and men to Buchenwald and other camps in Germany. Also here. So, what are we celebrating today? We are celebrating the liberation. This is when the camp stopped its operation. When it happened, there were few inmates. The Germans were truly perfidious. You could hear the shots of approaching front line, and yet they decided to take the inmates out of the camp and move them elsewhere. So those that had stayed were the sick, the young, pregnant women. So when the camp was liberated, basically only 5 to 10% of inmates were liberated. 100,000 inmates were taken out of here. They were forced on the death march to Władysław-Śląski and then to other camps. Ravensbrück and one more camp were my stopovers, so I was liberated truly later. People use this expression, prison or concentration camp. It seems innocuous. People were kept there. But the thing is, this camp had been undergoing a number of metamorphoses until it moved into a killing site. I would like to read a quote to you. The war finished in 1945. People all over the world were in euphoria. Never again was the slogan. People believed that the war would never happen again. Picasso painted this dove of peace. And yet, there were people who made certain predictions. They predicted that it is impossible for these things never to happen again. Because people became so inhuman that it might happen again. In 1950, a Polish writer and essayist wrote something about the war. Now, he wrote a lot about the war and war in general. He published these articles, these columns, and let me read out to you his words. He wrote the following: if Europe, ravaged by these follies, is to avoid destruction, its people must learn to anticipate better the consequences of their actions. They must not disregard those who possess such foresight. For the older generation, this may be of lesser concern. My thoughts are with the young, those who have their lives ahead of them. War and chaos can erupt anywhere, leaving no place or reason to flee. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo, o
Ladies and
zabranie
gentlemen,
głosu proszę
may
ocalałą
I
z
now
obozu
ask
Auschwitz, panią
Ms.
Tove
Tova Friedman, Auschwitz survivor, to take the floor.
Hi. January 27th. My whole life, since I was a little girl, I thought of it as my birthday. This is my birthday, January 27th. I celebrate it every single year. In fact, today I got all kinds of emails. Some of my friends don't even know that I have a regular birthday, because this is what counts. Never did I imagine that I would celebrate this year with such a fabulous audience, so many people, such important people. And it's an honor. It's an honor to be there. It's an honor to address you. And I want to thank you to listen to me, because I represent the children. There are very few of us are left. From my town, 4 children survived. So I'm here to talk about those who aren't here. And I'm very honored to speak to this kind of audience that has come from all over the world to mourn, remember, and honor the memory of our people who were so brutally murdered by the Nazis. However, we are also here to proclaim and to pledge that we will never, never, ever allow history to repeat itself. I would like to share some of my memories, because I know that there are many survivors here who are struggling with their own. I was just 6.5 years old when I was liberated from Auschwitz. But my memories are very vivid, thanks to my mother, who constantly validated the events to me as they were happening. When she was with me, she never, ever covered anything up. I remember, as a 5.5-year-old child, watching from my hiding place in Starchowitz labor camp, as all my little friends were rounded up and driven to their deaths, while the heartbreaking cries of their parents fell on deaf ears. After all the children were gone and the courtyard was empty, I thought to myself, am I the only Jewish child left in the world? Shortly thereafter, we were loaded into cattle cars. The men and women were separated. This was the very first time I ever saw my father cry. Up until then, no matter what horrors, no matter what happened to us, we were together. the three of us. We were a family. But now he was sent to Dachau, and my mother and I here to this camp, Auschwitz-Birkenau. Hot, hungry, thirsty, and very terrified, I held on tightly to my mother's hand in the dark cattle car for countless hours, while the cries and the prayers of so many desperate women permeated my soul and haunt me to this day. Finally, we arrived at Auschwitz, a gloomy Sunday with a sky obscured by smoke and a terrible stink hung in the air. And there were rows and rows of naked women all around me. What are they looking for? I asked my mother, as I too was naked. And I tried to avoid the gleam of the German shepherd's teeth and their eyes. I was their height, so I can see them completely. I can still see their eyes to this day. My mother answered me, diseases. But if we are ill, she didn't have to finish. She pointed to the smoke right by the entrance. I knew at 5.5 what that meant. We all knew. As I was being beaten mercilessly by a guard for fidgeting, for not being able to stand still for hours at an appel, a roll call, I looked into my mother's eyes. She was standing next to me, silently, and she was pleading with me, don't cry, hold on. And I didn't. I recall thinking, I will never let them know how much they are hurting me. At 5.5, I had the rebellion in me. I will not show them. I will not let them know the pain they're inflicting on me. I am sure that many of you here who are Holocaust survivors have their own memories, and you remember when your entire being rebelled, but you felt powerless, abandoned, so you just had to resign. On an icy, windy day, I stood and watched helplessly as little girls from the nearby barrack were marched away, crying and shivering, to the gas chamber. They were covered with rags, and some of them didn't even have any shoes and were walking barefoot in the snow. They were very young, as I was, 6 or 7, but starvation shrunk their bodies, and they appeared even younger. They too became ashes. Is my barrack next? I silently wondered. I thought that we all have to die, that it was normal. If you're a Jewish child, you have to die. I wasn't even sure what Jewish was, because I never saw any celebrations. But deaf, child, Jewish seemed a normal thought. I knew nothing about partisans saving Jews from ghettos and camps. I knew nothing about the 1944 Warsaw Uprising, nor of the Allies and the D-Day, nor of the invasion of Normandy. At that time, we were victims in a moral vacuum. But today, however, we have an obligation, not only to remember, which is very, very important, but also to warn and to teach that hatred only begets more hatred, killing more killing. Instead, our revenge has been to build a strong Jewish country and raise our families in peace. Many of you here, I saw, have your wonderful families with you, just as I do. 80 years after liberation, the world is again in crisis. Our Jewish Christian values have been overshadowed worldwide by prejudice, fear, suspicion, and extremism. And the rampant anti-Semitism that is spreading among the nations is shocking. It's shocking to all of us, to our children and our grandchildren. Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, is fighting for its very existence and its way of life. We mourn not only the fallen soldiers and the hostages, but also the turbulence and mistrust in our society. We pray for strength, resilience, and of course, hope, which has to be part of our daily life. We all of us, must reawaken our collective conscience to transform this violence, anger, hatred, and malignancy that has so powerfully gripped our society into a humane and just world before these terrible, terrible negative forces will destroy us all. It is an enormous task, but our Jewish sages teach us the time is short, the task is great. We may not be able to complete it, but we have an obligation to start. Thank you.
O zabranie głosu
Thank
proszę
you very much
ocalałego z
indeed.
obozu Auschwitz,
May I now ask
pana Leona
Mr.
Weintrauba.
Leon Weintraub, the Holocaust survivor, to take the floor.
Drodzy i bardzo mi bliscy, ocaleni
Dear
tego
esteemed survivors
nazistowskiego obozu
of the Nazi concentration camp,
wielce szanowni przedstawiciele
distinguished representatives of governmental, organizational, and religious authorities, dear guests from near and far.
Urodziłem się
I was born in Łódź on the 1st of January 1926.
mam więc teraz
So I am 99 years old.
po śmierci ojca
After my father's death,
1,5 roku
when I was just 18 months, this was 1927, my mother converted all available resources into capital and she opened a small laundry business at Kamienna Street, which is now Włókiennicza Street. And then the entire family, comprising of my mother and her 5 children, we occupied just 2 small rooms. This is where we lived and this is where she worked. Now, I started my primary school and I was a good student. So, after the 6th grade, I got admitted free of charge to a Pilsudski gymnasium at Sienkiewicza Street in Łódź. And I was about to start my further education on the 1st of September 1939. Now, the invasion of our country by the Nazi army disrupted these plans. And in the winter of 1940, we were forcibly moved to the ghetto Litzmannstadt that the Nazi established. While in the ghetto, I worked in the Metal 1 department, and I spent them there almost 5 years. 5 years of hard labor and constant hunger. In August 1944, the liquidation of the ghetto began, and we were deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau. My mother and her sister, my auntie Eve, were murdered on the same day in the gas chamber, and then they were burned in the crematorium. And then we were stripped of all our humanity. First, we were stripped naked and robbed of all our personal belongings. Then they brutally shaved all our hair, quite often with painful skill removal, which was so painful when carbolic fluid was used to disinfect. And then we were dressed in rags, trousers, shirts, jackets, and then clogs, wooden clogs. This is how we were reduced to mere disposable items. I suffered a lot. I felt utterly alone. I was so brutally separated from my family. I also suffered because of this constant black smoke, reeking of burnt flesh, that was rising from the chimneys. This was particularly maddening. After a few weeks, I managed to sneak out illegally of Auschwitz-Birkenau, unnoticed by the capos and SS men. I joined a group of prisoners who were selected to work outside of the camp. In Dönau, which was a sub-camp of Gross Rosen, I worked as an electrician. In late February 1945, After a 3-day death march, we were transported to the Flossenburg camp, and then a month later to the Natzweiler Stutthof Offenburg camp. I was liberated by the French troops near Donaueschingen on the 20th of April 1945. As I was diagnosed with general debility and I only weighed 35 kilos, I was also diagnosed with typhus, I had to be hospitalized for several weeks, first in Donaueschingen, and then I was stationed at the French military sanatorium on the Reichenau Peninsula. In the autumn of 1946, I started my medical studies in Göttingen. I returned to Poland in November 1950, and after graduation in 1954, I worked at the Clinic of Obstetrics and Women's Diseases of the Medical Academy in Warsaw. But owing to rising anti-Semitism in Poland, I lost my job in February 1969, where I was the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department in Otwock Hospital. So in September 1969, I emigrated to neutral Sweden together with my family. Today, we are celebrating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz camp. This Nazi concentration camp symbolizes the unprecedented cruelty in the treatment of people throughout history. This is a place where the techniques of mass and industrial murder were first introduced. It grieves me deeply to see in many European countries, but also in Poland, Nazi-style uniforms and slogans openly paraded at marches. It grieves me to see that this is happening without any consequences. These people self-proclaim themselves as national champions, but at the same time, they proclaim the hateful ideology of German Nazis. This is the ideology that murdered millions who were considered subhuman under the sign of the swastika. So this ideology, an attitude that preaches hostility and hatred towards others, this defines racism, anti-Semitism and homophobia as virtues. And this is occurring here in our country, which has suffered so much, which has endured extensive damage under the Nazi occupation. I urge all people of goodwill, and especially I ask of the young people, be sensitive to all expressions of intolerance and resentment towards those who are different, regardless of their skin color, religion, or sexual orientation. In today's digital world, it is so incredibly challenging to distinguish between genuine intention and the pursuit of popularity, the need to exist that stems from a conscious and persistent agenda. I repeat, therefore, be attentive and be vigilant. We, the survivors, we understand that the consequence of being considered different is active persecution, the effects of which we have personally experienced. And we did experience it very hard. So let us be very serious, and let's take seriously what the enemies of democracy preach. They genuinely seek to implement these slogans they promote. If they succeed in gaining power, we must avoid the mistake of the 1930s, when the world failed to take seriously the Nazi regimes and the plans to create a state free of Jews, Roma, and people of different opinions, or sick, or those deemed unfit to live, were underestimated. Therefore, I implore everybody to intensify their efforts in countering the views that led to the genocide we are commemorating today. Modern understanding of our heritage and our DNA confirms that there is but only one race of humans, Homo sapiens. Therefore, the theory of racism, which is a fundamental principle of Nazi ideology, is false and incompatible with reality. Let me assure you, as a doctor, as a gynecologist, when I perform operations, whatever the patient's skin, the tissues beneath are identical in every person. Astronomers tell us that there are trillions of solar systems and galaxies, and that are similar to ours. Our planet is merely a speck in the vast cosmos. Isn't it absurd to divide the inhabitants of the speck into thousands of disparate groups that are often and sadly hostile to each other? Every year, there are lengthy discussions taking place in parliaments regarding budget cuts. Significant amounts are, however, allocated to armaments. In contrast, the peaceful coexistence of nations could be achieved without any financial cost. Just think about the positive impact this expenditure could create. I wish to express my gratitude and appreciation to the management and all the staff of the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum for their tireless efforts in preserving the memory of the victims of the Nazi ideology and for combating prejudice and hostility toward others. Well, allowing the memory of millions of innocent victims to fade would be equivalent to robbing them of their lives for a second time. The commemoration of the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz serves as a reminder of the inhumane treatment of individuals, but also it is a warning against the increasingly vocal movements of the radical and anti-democratic right. I kindly ask everyone now to stand and observe with a moment of silence the memory of the victims of the degenerate German nationalism. Thank you.
o zabranie głosu
May I
proszę
ask to the
przedstawiciela
floor,
filarów
representative
pamięci,
of Pillars of
największych
Remembrance,
prywatnych
the
darczyńców
largest
funduszu na
private
rzecz
donors
zachowania
of
autentyzmu
the Fund for
Auschwitz-Birkenau,
Retaining Authenticism of Auschwitz-Birkenau, Mr. Ronald S. Lauder.
Thank you. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the Auschwitz survivors who are with us today. And the leaders of more than 50 countries, royal families, and heads of state who came here today to honor the memory of those who died here. Thank you. Ten years ago, in 2015, Auschwitz survivor Roman Kent stood here on this platform at the 70th anniversary of the liberation, and he said these words: "We don't want our past to be our children's future." Let me repeat that again. We don't want our past to be our children's future. Roman Kent died 6 years later, but his words haunt us today, because if Roman Kent were here and saw what was happening to the Jewish people around the world in 2025, he would cry. It's hard for us to believe what we see today, the sudden violence of hatred against Jews, the singling out of the one Jewish state with huge demonstrations shouting anti-Semitic slurs everywhere. This is hard for us to watch, any of us, but I cannot imagine what it must be like for the almost 50 survivors here who are with us today. What Roman Kent said, and all of you lived through, we are watching right now in front of our eyes. Earlier, you heard Tova Friedman tell a story of watching children separate from their parents and taken to gas chambers. We know that 1.5 million children were killed in the Holocaust, the most heartbreaking number in an ocean of heartbreak. But 15 months ago, not 80 years ago, we saw Jewish children slaughtered, once again, for one reason: because they were born Jewish. In a very fundamental way, what happened in Israel on October 7th and what happened here at Auschwitz have one common thread: the age-old hatred of Jews. On January 27th, 1945, when the Red Army entered these gates, the world finally saw where the step-by-step progression of anti-Semitism leads. It leads right here. The gas chambers, the piles of bodies, and the horrors within these gates. But what led up to the Holocaust final outcome? It began slowly. First, when Jews were singled out in universities, excluded from jobs, with boycotts and attacks in the media. Yes, it began slowly. And then it happened all at once. Throughout the 1930s, the hatred against Jews may have been ignited by Hitler in Germany and Austria. But in France, Italy, even England and the United States, there were strong forces that supported this hatred. France had Marcel Boucard, Jacques Doriot, and Francois Cody. England had Oswald Mosley. Italy had Mussolini. And the US, there was the German Bund. Henry Ford was a huge anti-Semite, as were Father Conklin, and believe it or not, even Charles Lindbergh. Today, we see eerie parallels throughout the world, throughout Europe, North America, even Australia. Jewish students have been singled out and threatened in universities. Today, Jewish professors have been fired. Today, Jewish children have been told to hide any outward signs of being Jewish. Today, there are mass demonstrations against Jews. Today, we see vile comments all over social media. Need I remind you, this is not 1933 or 1939. This is 2025. The hatred of Jews had its willing supporters then, and it has them now. You can't be Jewish or non-Jewish and not be concerned with what you see all around us today. But here, at these gates, we are forced to face one great question when we tell the story of Auschwitz. Everyone knows what happened here, but no one seems to know why it happened. Yes, it was a step-by-step process, and it was aided by those who hated Jews. But it was advanced by the indifference of people who thought they were not affected by anti-Semitism because they were not Jewish. It was a world silence that led to Auschwitz. When Hitler heard that silence after Kristallnacht in 1938, he knew he could do anything he wanted with the Jews. Kristallnacht may have been on page 1 of some newspapers, but it quickly disappeared. World leaders said nothing. On my first visit here at Auschwitz, I was accompanied by a famous survivor, Elie Wiesel. We were walking away from the gas chambers, and the sun was setting. Elie paused for a moment, and then he said something I will never forget. You know, he said, most people think the opposite of love is hate. It's not. It's indifference. Today it's the same story. Silence, indifference, and the exception of this hatred. So today, all of us must take a pledge to never be silent when it comes to anti-Semitism, or for that matter, any other hatred. These lessons for Auschwitz are not just for Jews, they're for the entire world. That's because Jews are the canaries in the coal mine. When the canary dies, miners know they have to get out of that mine as fast as possible. That canary died 15 months ago on October 7th. And that is the most consequential warning for the entire world. Yes, yes, Hitler went after the Jews first. But when it was all over, more than 60 million human beings were dead. And this continent lay in ruins. Over 1 million Jews were killed here at Auschwitz. But they were not alone. 70,000 Polish Christians who thought they might be safe were also murdered right here, along with the others. When I spoke here 5 and 10 years ago, I talked about the horrors that Jew survivors lived through. But I always spoke about it in the past. It never occurred to me that this could happen again. Of course, I'm not talking about gas chambers, but attacks on the Jewish people, the boycotts, the targeting, the exclusion could not be more real. And yes, they're really happening. But here is a crucial point. These attacks are not just targeting Jews. They are attacking Judeo-Christian beliefs, which is the bedrock of Western civilization. When we hear the chants like globalized intifada or death to Israel, what they're really saying is death to Western civilization. How do you stop this? Today, we have a generation that is led by social media, indoctrinated by activist teachers, and aided by a complacent population. They're complacent because they don't see it as their problem. But please believe me, it is all of our problems. Today in the US, 87% of Americans 30 and over fully support Israel's right to exist, just as every other country has exactly the same numbers. But for Americans under 30, the number drops to 40%. No right to exist? Almost half of all younger Americans don't believe Israel has a right to exist. And they are our future leaders. Let me tell you, this is not just happening in America. It is happening to young people in every single country that is represented here. Just as in my country, young people are getting most of their information from social media, and that is dangerous. Education, serious, honest education, is the only way to correct this, and that won't be easy. Entire institutions will have to be overhauled and corrected, and that goes for the media as well. Keeping opinions out of news would be a good start. So today, I cannot stand here and look at these survivors and say that everything is okay, as I have in the past, because everything is not okay. Roman Kent's words haunt us. So let today be the day we all of us, world leaders and ordinary citizens, Jewish and non-Jewish, old and young, make a solemn pledge to stop this now before it's too late. We must, you must, and that's every one of your countries. No hatred of Jewish people or any people is tolerated at all. Remember, it wasn't just Jews that died here. Practically every single prime minister, president, king here today lost millions of their own countrymen in a war to defeat this hatred. 80 years ago, millions of young men gave up their lives So these gas chambers were turned off forever. That means millions of young men, I should say women, never had the chance to live out their lives, to fall in love, to have families, to do good work, to watch their children grow up. They gave up everything so we would live in a free and safe world. More than 60 million human beings died, 6 million of them Jews. We will never know what the world lost in all these deaths. The cures for disease, the great works of art, music, and literature. So much is lost with each life that was extinguished. Our future, the future of the entire world, depends on which direction young people take. They have a choice to go on the old road of hatred once again, or they can summon up the courage to stand up to these hatreds swirling around them. All of us have a choice as well. We can leave here and go back to our 50 different countries and assume it's not our problem. Or we can leave here united in our determination to stop this hate rising up in our world, united in our determination to guide our young people in the right direction, united as one. I've been involved with Auschwitz for more than 50 years, since the 25th anniversary in 1970. On my first visit, I saw how time elements were taking their toll. I realized that if no efforts were made to preserve Auschwitz, it would soon disappear. So I took it upon myself to start that process, to make sure that Auschwitz would stand for all time as the strongest lesson for all humanity. What we see here today reflects what Auschwitz looked like in 1945. So future generations will see and learn the lessons of Auschwitz. And I salute the many people who helped me in this endeavor with the same commitment. I hope Roman Kent is looking at us now, knowing that we do everything in our power to make sure that his warning does not come to pass. Don't worry, Roman. We will fight this hatred with renewed determination. And I firmly believe that the good will triumph in the end. Finally, I would like to convey what this place, Auschwitz, means to me. Not as a survivor, not as a liberator, but simply as a Jew who cared deeply about my fellow Jews. On that first visit here so long ago, I was struck by a thought that every Jew must have when they come to Auschwitz. What if I'd been born in Budapest in 1944, where my grandparents came from, instead of New York, where they settled? What would have happened to me? You all know the answers to that question. I feel a deep personal connection to this place, this platform where over 1 million people arrived. I was drawn to this place. I try to come here as often as possible. Every visit, I will always stop at the train station on Vincent and buy flowers. And then I find a rock, and I will lay the flowers at the tombstone out there. I would put the rock on top of the memorial that many of us have done for more than 1 million men, women, and children whose souls swirl around us. I would say a special prayer, the prayer you know. I felt then and I feel now. I tie to each one of them. It's hard to explain, but it's profound, and it's a major part of who I am. I've spoken here in past commemorations. Today, I must be realistic. this may well be the last commemoration, and also that I will speak at. But I leave today with the understanding I did my best, I did my utmost to be worthy of the memory of all those who were lost there. I tried my best. Hope I was worthy. God bless the memory, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
And now the floor goes to the director, guardian of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial, Dr. Piotr Cywiński. When I was a child, I spoke like a child, felt like a child, and thought like a child. But when I became an adult, I left behind the ways of childhood, except for memory. Memory endures, even from the earliest experiences of our lives. Today, we must reflect upon memory and experience. I realized this as I grew up, and most importantly, in this very place. Nowhere else have I matured more. After all, I became aware of Auschwitz thanks to you, and through you, survivors. Every generation needs a lens to evaluate its time. Today, we all stand together, looking at the world through the lens of our adulthood. We must look within ourselves and ask, what have we done with memory? Memory is polyphonic. It both divides and unites generations. It has divided and united me in my own experience too. For 18 years, I have stood here, experiencing both division and unity. We teach history, but this is not the same as teaching memory. History is the knowledge of facts. Memory is the awareness of those facts, which is precisely what we so desperately need today. History does not create trauma. Memory can. Memory is the key to understanding today's world and designing tomorrow's. Yet we continue to focus solely on teaching history, not memory. Our educational programs must be changed. They must. Because memory is not just a matter of culture. It is a matter of clarity, identity. We standing here with the people who bear responsibility for the world we live in today. Like you, I was born after the war. Like you, I don't remember those times. Like you, I listened to the stories of the survivors. But what am I doing today? And what am I neglecting? What decisions do I make today, and are they guided by memory? Memory hurts. Memory helps. Memory guides. Memory warns. Memory raises awareness. Memory obliges. Who are you without memory? Without memory, you have no history, you have no experience, and no point of reference. If you have no memory, you may not know which path to choose. And if you truly lack memory, be sure, your enemies will design one for you. And you, our dear survivors, beloved ones, you have come here. Our memory is primarily shaped by our experiences, the fruit of your lives. There are no words, dearest ones, to express the depth of our gratitude. But what are we to do with this memory today? If today, my friend, you feel uncertain about what to do, if you feel powerless, if you feel you cannot go on, then perhaps you have reached your limit. If so, know that limits are only imaginary. You can always do more. Do something good then, whatever you can, in the best way you can. Do it for others, and you will find that you have done it for yourself as well. Do it within the scope of your abilities. But do something. Act, and you will recover from feelings of helplessness and apathy. Take action. Begin. But always remember, let your memory finally come alive today, because your memory is your pillar, your aid, your instinct, yourself.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
oddajmy teraz hołd
we will now pay
ofiarom
homage to the victims of Auschwitz.
do wspólnej modlitwy
Please
za
join us
pomordowanych w obozie.
in a joint prayer for those who were murdered in Auschwitz.
Do odmówienia modlitwy Kadisz zapraszam rabinów.
Kaddish will be recited
Naczelnym
by
rabinem
the
Polski
rabbis,
na czele.
including the chief rabbi of Poland.
במעלות קדושים וטהורים כזרקי המסירים לנשמות אחינו בני ישראל הקדושים והטהורים שנפלו בידי הרוצחים ונשפך דמם באושוויץ, טרבלינקה, מיידניק, סוביבור, בלז'ץ, חלמנו ובשאר מחנות השמדה ועבודה וגטאות באירופה שנהרגו ושנשרפו ושנשחטו ושנקברו חייהם בכל מיתות משונות ואכזריות על קדושת השם בעבור שאנחנו בניהם ובנותיהם אחיהם ואחיותיהם מתפללים על הזכרת נשמותיהם בגני מנוחתם לכן ברחמים יסרים סדר גנפיו לעולמים ויצרור בצורכם נשמותם אדוני ונחלתם ינוחה בשלום משכבם ונאמר אמן.
שיר המעלות ממעמקים קראתיך אדוני, אדוני שמעה וקולי, תהיינה אוזניך קשובות לכל תחנוני. אם עוונות תשמוריה, אדוני מי יעמוד? כי עמך הסליחה למען תברא. קיוויתי אדוני קיוותה נפשי, ולדברו הוחלתי. נפשי לאדוני משומרים לבוקר, שומרים לבוקר. יחל ישראל אל אדוני, כי עם אדוני החסד והרבה עמו פדות. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא דברך יראותי וימליך מלכותי, ויצמח פורקני ויקרב משיחי. בחיי חון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו. לעילם עם כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דאמירם בעלמא ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה משמעיה, וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן.
As the heart panteth after the water brooks, So panteth my soul after thee, O God. My soul thirsteth for God, for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God? My tears have been meet day and night, while they continually say to me, where is your God?
Moja dusza rozczula się, gdy wspominam, jak kroczyłem w tłumie, idąc do domu Bożego, wśród głosów radości i dziękczynienia świątecznego orszaku. Dlaczego się smucisz, moja duszo? Czemu się we mnie trwożysz? Zaufaj Bogu, bo jeszcze będę Go sławił. On jest moim zbawieniem i Bogiem.
Ко мне самому душа моя смятейся, сего ради помянух Тя от земли Иорданский и Ермонимский, от горы Малая. Бездна призывает ко главе, во гласе хляби Твоих, вся высоты Твоя и волны Твоя на мне пройдоша.
W dzień okazuje mi Pan swoją łaskę, a w nocy Mu śpiewam i modlę się do mojego Boga. Mówię do Boga, opoko moja, dlaczego mnie zapomniałeś? Czemu chodzę smutny? Czemu wróg mnie gnębi?
As with a sword in my bones, mine enemies reproach me, while they say daily unto me, where is thy God? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance and my God.
Psalm 42. Tęsknota za Bogiem i świątynią. Odmówili reprezentujący różne grupy ofiar, przedstawiciele judaizmu, Kościoła katolickiego, Kościoła prawosławnego, Kościołów protestanckich i islamu. Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you
wszystkim duchownym.
very much indeed.
Państwa proszę o zajęcie.
And please be seated.
Szanowni Państwo, uprzejmie
Ladies
prosimy
and
wszystkich
gentlemen,
Państwa o pozostanie na
I
miejscach.
kindly ask you all to remain seated. In a moment, the survivors and heads of national delegations will be asked to light candles at the train car. So please remain seated.
Szanowni Państwo, jako
Ladies
pierwszy
and gentlemen,
o złożenie zniczy przy
may I
wagonie
kindly ask
proszę ocalałych.
the survivors to be the first to lay votive candles at the train car.
Szanowni Państwo, o złożenie
Ladies and
zniczy
gentlemen,
proszę
may I now ask
przewodniczących
the heads
delegacji
of the
państwowych.
official delegations to lay the votive candles.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies
obchody
and
80.
gentlemen, the
rocznicy
celebrations of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the German Nazi concentration and extermination camp has come to a close. Thank you to the survivors for their presence, and thank you to all of you for being here with us. Thank you for your presence and for your memory. So very important memory. I would like to thank the Clarinet Quarter for providing us with the music. This quarter featured Grzegorz Tobis, Piotr Wybraniec, Waldemar Żarów and Tomasz Rzymła.
Wszystkich gości proszę o...
May I kindly ask you for a moment of patience. Please bear with us so that the survivors and their guardians can leave the tent quietly. Once again, please remain seated and allow the survivors to leave the tent.
Zakończyła się oficjalna część uroczystości z okazji 80. rocznicy wyzwolenia Auschwitz. Głos zabrali przede wszystkim ocaleni z tego obozu. O tym, o czym mówili. Będziemy teraz rozmawiać z kolejnymi gośćmi. Pan Piotr Setkiewicz, kierownik Centrum Badań.
Have this discussion with Piotr Setkiewicz and a representative of the Galician Jewish Museum. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here in this studio. We've heard a lot about learning our lessons from the survivors, about Europe that needs better to predict the impact of its actions, what is going to happen down the line, years down the line. What now? Piotr? These were the voices of the survivors, those who believe that for them it is possibly the very last moment to do something so that Auschwitz never happens again. And they said it a number of times in the context of the war in Ukraine and what is happening in the Middle East. You see fears, concerns, uncertainty, all about the future. The question is, we have this message from former inmates, and to what extent are people listening to what they have to say? Right. There was some bitterness there too, this overtone of bitterness after all that they went through. In many places around the globe, we still see this resurgence of evil, an overwhelming resurgence of evil. I could say, or rather, let me say the following. What happened here, what happened during the Shoah, the Holocaust, the destruction, is something that turns all the cultural and ethical norms upside down, everything that we had developed here in Europe in our civilization. What the survivors said reached back to this cultural order which was being destroyed. The gate of death in Auschwitz II was built out of bricks. Rather than building hospitals and schools and universities and buildings for people to live in, these bricks were brought here to build the factory of death. This is this discontinuity in our civilization, our culture. So a number of survivors, including the survivor of the Warsaw Uprising, they all appealed for bringing back certain cultural and civilization norms that were trampled here. The survivors talked about social media too, about the fact that the young people learn about the world there. And they are warning. You are spending a lot of money on weapons, but education is the way to make people realize about the consequences of what is happening. Is what happened here being taught on an everyday basis? Yes, obviously, you two gentlemen do that. But the question is it something that happens more widely? Right, you're talking about school curricula here, about certain content that is taught in schools. I believe that what we heard today is about certain Holocaust education patterns and paradigms being exhausted because we are being confronted with social media, and this old model seems to be helpless, more and more so. Young people are learning about the world and about history more and more from the internet. The school and traditional education models are not working as well as they did and as they could. There are a number of ways to prevent that. We could modify the existing curricula. Also, we could use social media. We could use them to teach about the Holocaust. We could use them to teach about the Holocaust in accordance with historical truth. Jacek, how to reach out to them? Well, first of all, you need patience. People learn differently. There are changes in how we teach. Now, video is more prevalent, short forms are more prevalent. But we need people who can convey things, pass things on without adding any unnecessary emotions. We need people who speak about what needs to be spoken about. No, I'm speaking from my own experience with young people from Poland, Israel, the US. You need to be patient and need to keep explaining. Sometimes people could trivialize things. This is what happens in the so-called social media. Social media are a great tool for trivializing things, but you need to stay and be patient, because when you remain patient, you may succeed. You can make the walls crumble. Because sooner or later, and we are looking at that time, sooner or later, the survivors will be gone. We must not allow this history to be fully gone. This is what Mr. Cewiński, the director of this museum, spoke about. We must never allow this history be the kind of history that the 30-year-old war is, or the Napoleonic War is. And this is a good point. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you to our viewers. There'll be more to come, more comments to come.
Za drutami obozu Auschwitz został zamknięty spory odsetek inteligencji polskiej, później również innej narodowości. To byli lekarze, prawnicy, nauczyciele, ale także artyści czy studenci Akademii Sztuk Pięknych. I to oni dali początek obozowej twórczości artystycznej. Już w pierwszych transportach w 1940 roku przybyli do Auschwitz Ksawery Dunikowski, Jan Machnowski, Adam Bowbelski, Marian Kołodziej czy Włodzimierz Siwierski. a później wielu innych. I bardzo często artyści ze względu na swoje umiejętności zostali wysyłani do pracy w warsztatach rzemieślniczych, które istniały tu właściwie od samego początku, takie jak stolarnia, ślusarnia, szklarnia, czy też byli zatrudniani w biurach obozowych, takich jak biuro budowlane, izba pisarska więźniów, biuro zatrudnienia więźniów. I największe szanse tworzenia mieli właśnie ci więźniowie, którzy trafili do pracy pod dachem, w komandach pod dachem, bo tam była największa szansa na znalezienie czegokolwiek do tworzenia, kawałka papieru czy ołówka. Władze obozu wykorzystywały nie tylko siłę fizyczną więźniów obozu, ale również ich talent czy wiedzę, umiejętności plastyczne. I obok tych prac zlecanych oficjalnie przez SS, więźniowie zaczęli tworzyć również pracę dla siebie, wykorzystując te same materiały, które SS udostępniło im do oficjalnych prac. Prace plastyczne wykonane w Auschwitz charakteryzują się dużą różnorodnością. To jest malarstwo na płótnie, akwarele, pastele, grafiki, ale także malarstwo na szkle, drobna rzeźba czy rzemiosło artystyczne. Więźniowie tworzyli na czymkolwiek się dało, wykorzystując każdy materiał nadający się do tego celu. Jest to jedna z najbardziej znanych prac wykonanych w obozach koncentracyjnych. Jeden z najważniejszych przykładów sztuki obozowej, praca Józefa Szajny, Nasze życiorysy.
Byłem nikim, numerem, byłem na dnie. Szczęście uratował ten numer do krematorium. 2 liczby w swoim numerze. 18 i druga część tego numeru jest też 18. Co to jest 18? A to jest po hebrajsku chaim. A co to znaczy? Żyć. Czyli Pan ma podwójne życie. Długo na ten temat myślałem, ale jakoś mnie to nurtowało i nurtuje. Może w tym coś jest. Za dużo tego szczęścia miałem w życiu. Bo ja nie wiem, dlaczego ja żyję.
Jest to praca genialna w swojej prostocie, bo zarówno pokazuje masę ludzi, takich samych ludzi, zredukowanych do pasiaka i ogolonej głowy, pozbawionych indywidualności i tożsamości, a z drugiej strony Szajna pokazał właśnie tą indywidualność każdego człowieka, ponieważ głowa każdego z tych więźniów wykonana jest z odcisku palca, tak? Czyli są to linie papilarne, indywidualne dla każdego człowieka. I ta praca to taki symbol, że nawet ta okrutna machina obozów niemieckich, nazistowskich obozów koncentracyjnych nie zdołała zdławić człowieczeństwa, nie zdołała zabić w człowieku tego, co najważniejsze, jego indywidualności, tożsamości.
We have another distinguished guest in our studio, Wojciech Soczewica, Director General of Foundation Auschwitz-Birkenau. Ishai Husidman, Mexican artist. Why the Mexican artist came here today for this celebration?
That's a very good question. First of all, I'm a Mexican artist of Jewish heritage. My grandparents fled Europe in the 1920s and arrived, of all places, in Mexico. That's where my father and mother were born, grew up, and then I was born in Mexico, second generation. And the reason I'm here is because of a number of very peculiar coincidences. And some of these coincidences may sound strange, but maybe once we go through this story, it will all make sense. The first coincidence is a very odd one, and this has to do with the color blue. It so happens that during the gassings in the Holocaust, the Zyklon B product that was used produced by an accidental chemical reaction blue stains on the walls of some of the gas chambers. Some of these stains can still be seen at the gas chambers at Majdanek. And it turns out that these stains chemically are identical to a pigment, a paint that artists use. And it so happens that this paint was first discovered and synthesized in Berlin in the 18th century, and therefore goes by the name of Prussian blue. So Prussian blue paint is exactly the same chemical substance as the blue stains in the gas chambers. What does it have to do with my sitting here? Is that from 2010 to 2016, I produced a series of paintings by using Prussian blue as the main material. And this series of paintings engage the challenge for contemporary artists to make art that deals with the Holocaust. What do we do with it as contemporary artists? This exhibition has been traveling internationally for some years. And the second coincidence is that the exhibition was seen while it was in Israel at a museum there by somebody who has a professional relationship to the memorial here. And this person showed this material to the director of the memorial, and by chance, he decided that this is a work that he would like to show in the memorial. And so it so happens that this show is going to take place in the summer in one of the barracks of Auschwitz I. And apparently it's going to be the first such show by a contemporary artist in the camp. So this is a result of certain coincidences, but there's an additional coincidence, which maybe we can get into in the next stage of the conversation.
Yeah, maybe also use your words to explain why the art could be the good tool to communicate with the next generation, especially when the last survivors just passed away.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to speak today and reflect upon the meaning of art and the meaning of testimonies, because this is what they are. Survivors and victims were expressing themselves, expressing their feelings in an artistic way, and the memorial today has around 4,000 pieces of paintings, drawings, sketches, produced in various circumstances. Half of them approximately were produced by prisoners while they were here in the camp until 1945, and the other 2,000 were produced by survivors after 45, which were then given to the memorial and are kept here at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Now, the significance of this incredible collection, which has not been shown publicly yet, but we will start collaborating, the foundation, the memorial, and also Yishai's family, we will start collaborating on a project that is groundbreaking, and within the next 7 years, the memorial will produce an exhibition of Auschwitz prisoner art that will complement to some extent, but I also think that it will change the nature of this site of the memorial and the way it is perceived by visitors, because it is our intention to show at this specific time of the passing of survivors, through their eyes and emotions, pain, suffering, but also love and hope. So basic emotions and basic perspectives on the existence in camp life. It's of course, it has to do also with the transmission of trauma, the way they were and are still dealing with this immense pain. But I think that particularly right now, 80 years after the liberation, it is important to allow ourselves to use this additional means of artistic expression and try to look at this site and the horrible history not through numbers, not through facts, but through emotions.
So this is the second reason of your visit here, because this project, as far as I understand, will be unique. Mm-hmm. And of course, it needs a lot of costs. And I know that your family wants to donate that project. So would you say a few words about that?
Well, yes. After I was invited to do the exhibition here at the memorial, through conversations with Wojciech and Piotr, the director of the museum, it was presented that there's the idea of restoring the kitchen space at Auschwitz I, which so far has remained unoccupied and half in ruins. And this is a prominent space in the camp, which is not visited up to now. The idea of the director is to restore this space and turn it into an area where the delicate artworks in the collection of the memorial can be displayed. Mm. Of course, understanding what this is all about, because my work, in a way, deals with the issues of the challenges of preserving and extending the memory of the Holocaust to the future. This project caught my attention. I presented it to my father, who, in his lifetime, built a considerable business in Mexico and set up a foundation. And he decided to go ahead and support this project.
So it's good for the last minute to come back to you. So when do you expect to have it ready and open to the public?
So according to our plans, and these are based on the preservation experience we have from preserving authentic infrastructure here on site, we plan to launch the exhibition in 7 years. Works of concerning the preservation of the kitchen building, the interiors, and turning the building into an art gallery, which requires temperature, humidity control, will start this year, very soon, on March 1st, actually. And in 7 years, we will meet again, I hope, Yishai, here with you and your family, to open to the world this exhibition.
Yishai Huzitman, artist, donator. Wojciech Soczewica, Director General of Foundation Auschwitz-Birkenau. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you,
Thank you for being with us. And now let's watch a short piece about this celebration and connection with the social media.
Muzeum znajduje się na autentycznym terenie byłego obozu i siłą tego miejsca jest autentyzm. Ludzie z całego świata przyjeżdżają po to, żeby przejść tymi samymi drogami, którymi chodzili więźniowie, zobaczyć ruiny komór gazowych, gdzie mordowani byli ludzie. To jest wielka siła tego miejsca. Ale miejsce pamięci zobaczyć może określona liczba ludzi i każdego roku to jest czasami nieco ponad 2 miliony. W ostatnich latach ze względu na pandemię ta liczba była mniejsza, ale tak jak mówimy, że to jest niezwykle ważne, że na przykład 2 300 000 osób odwiedza jakiegoś roku miejsce pamięci, to musimy zdawać sobie sprawę, że to oznacza, że kilka miliardów ludzi tego roku i w ogóle nie odwiedzi tego miejsca. Więc musimy szukać sposobów, żeby docierać do ludzi innymi kanałami i technologia współczesna daje nam takie narzędzie. Kiedyś, dawno temu, zadawano tutaj pytanie, czy Muzeum Auschwitz powinno mieć stronę internetową. Dzisiaj patrzymy na to jak na taką zabawną anegdotę, ale to myślenie, jak z szacunkiem wykorzystywać nowe technologie i internet do mówienia o historii, jest pytaniem, które cały czas sobie stawiamy. I w pewnym momencie pojawiły się media społecznościowe, to był rok 2009 i zobaczyliśmy, że odwiedzający na tym nowym medium, które wszyscy poznawaliśmy, pierwszy był Facebook, oni mówią o swojej wizycie w Muzeum Auschwitz, powstają jakieś strony, które dotykają historii Auschwitz i pojawiają się tam treści problematyczne, niezgodne z historią, pojawiły się różne strony, które jakoś czy zafałszowują, czy manipulują historię Auschwitz, czy wręcz treści negacjonistyczne promują i my uznaliśmy, że powinniśmy się tam znaleźć, żeby dać ludziom szansę dotarcia do źródła, to znaczy do instytucji, która jest autorytetem, jeżeli chodzi o historię Auschwitz. I to był początek. I kiedy rozpoczynaliśmy tą naszą bardzo ciekawą pracę w tej zupełnie nowej przestrzeni, nie mieliśmy wzorów. Nie było żadnego innego podobnego muzeum czy miejsca pamięci wtedy jeszcze w mediach społecznościowych i my otworzyliśmy te drzwi też dla innych. I to, co było bardzo ciekawe, ale też trudne, to to, że tego nie da się zaplanować. Że jeżeli mówimy o mediach społecznościowych, to ten element społeczności jest niezwykle ważny. Myślę, że jesteśmy w takiej przedziwnej sytuacji, że więcej osób odwiedza wirtualnie miejsce pamięci Auschwitz poprzez media społecznościowe, niż przyjeżdża tutaj rzeczywiście. Bo zaczynaliśmy od kilkuset, potem kilku tysięcy obserwujących, ale dzisiaj, jak mówię, to jest po pierwsze 2,5 miliona osób, czy ponad 2,5 miliona osób, które nas obserwują, ale poprzez podawanie dalej kolejnych informacji docieramy rzeczywiście czasami do dziesiątek czy setek milionów. Są takie wpisy czy krótkie filmy, które rzeczywiście mamy kilkanaście, kilkadziesiąt milionów odsłon. Te liczby są ważne. My chcemy docierać do jak największej liczby osób po to, żeby ta pamięć żyła. Zatem jesteśmy w takiej dziwnej sytuacji. Z jednej strony, czy to jest 1 milion, czy 2 miliony, czy 5 milionów, nie jest szczególnie ważne. My nie promujemy tego miejsca tak, jak promują się inne muzea. Musimy być bardzo ostrożni, ponieważ rzeczywiście dotykamy bardzo trudnej historii. Nie wszystko nam wolno. Nie każdy sposób komunikacji internetowej, który jest taką zwyczajną codziennością wszystkich użytkowników sieci, będzie czymś, co my możemy robić. Ale z drugiej strony, kiedy widzimy, jak bardzo ludziom zależy na tym miejscu, a nie mogą tu przyjechać i mogą z nami się tak komunikować, to rzeczywiście robimy to dla tych wszystkich ludzi, którzy chcą pamiętać.
The ceremonies commemorating the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz camp have concluded. We listened to moving speeches and witnessed the joint prayer. Let me now introduce our distinguished guests. Cardinal Metropolitan Archbishop of Łódź, Grzegorz Ryś, Chief Rabbi of Poland, Michael Schuldrich, and Michael Berenbaugh, Director of Sigizering Institute. Professor Berenbaugh is a towering figure in the world of Holocaust research and education. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. Good to have you here. So, first of all, I would like to start with your reflections on the ceremonies. Which words of this afternoon resonated most? You have any say, Cardinal?
Well, probably the word memory. Yeah, this is true that I'm a historian, but history is not the same as memory. That it was also a favorite theme by John Paul. He used to stress it. Yeah, without memory, we are nothing and we create nothing. Yeah. This is our choice when we remember what we want to continue. This is the choice deciding about our dignity and about future.
Professor?
I was touched by the remarks of Roman Kent that were repeated from 10 years ago, in which he said that we cannot allow that past to be our future. And we live in a very troubled world, and as we remember exactly what happened here, that past cannot be our future.
Chief Rabbi?
I was inspired by really everything that was said, but what really resonated for me was the words of Marian Turski about not being afraid. Because part of the problem is with this new wave of hatred, anti-Semitism, other kinds of hate, a lot of young and not young, they're afraid, and they can't be afraid. We are together, we are strong, and the last thing, we can never be afraid.
God and Auschwitz. What is your theological thinking? How do we respond to the common challenge in the context of religion as we stand at the threshold of Auschwitz as a human, but also as a religious being? Cardinal?
Well, I understand the question, but the real question is about man, not about God. Because God did not create Auschwitz. God created man, and this is our common text from the Bible, that when he created man, he said, this is very good. This is very good. And part of this very good is our freedom. And in our freedom, we can do good things and worse things. And then maybe this is also something wrong, that we blame God for our free choices and our free works. And this is unfair to blame God. God was suffering here. He suffered a lot here. In every and single person, he suffered here. God was suffering here.
Rabbi, your answer?
I have a very big challenge, because that's exactly what I wanted to say, Cardinal Rich just said.
Excuse me.
This is the problem of a younger brother, yes. But I would add that it's also, we don't have to understand everything about God. God is, in the end, unknowable. We want to understand, but what we must understand is our own behavior. So maybe I can't understand where was God, although maybe I can, but certainly I have to ask, where were we human beings?
Mm-hmm. All religious practices were forbidden in Auschwitz camp, but some inmates tried to participate in those secret clandestine practices. Professor, what do we know about the religious life in Auschwitz?
We know that the religious life existed. I can tell you, one of the things I did professionally was to listen to survivors' testimony. We gathered 52,000 testimonies in 32 languages from 57 countries. Number one, we have examples of religious behavior. There were people who smuggled tefillin, which are what religious Jews put out in the morning, smuggled tefillin or kept tefillin in with them in Auschwitz. And there were people who lined up very early in the morning before they got up, before they were woken. They lined up to do it. I just put on an exhibition in New York and Toronto called Auschwitz, not long ago, not far away. And one of the incredible artifacts there is a shofar, a ram's horn that was blown on Rosh Hashanah in Auschwitz. And I just came from the exhibition called The Labyrinth, which is right adjacent to Auschwitz, which had the testimony of the religious life of Roman Catholics in the early days of Auschwitz. It's the testimony of prisoner number 432 in Auschwitz. He said, I know Auschwitz, I built Auschwitz. And there is a whole range of religious expression, both Christian and Jewish. But let me touch for 1 second on the last. Why do we assume that God is in the form of the perpetrator in Auschwitz and not in the important instances of humanity that people expressed to each other. And if God was present, then I would want to believe that God was present in those who helped each other, not in those who were cruel and evil to each other.
So, Cardinal, what was the role of the clergy? Figures like Maximilian Kolbe, for example, other priests and sisters that were here in Auschwitz.
First, that all they suffered as all the others. So maybe the faith, maybe they helped them. Yeah, I remember
about the help, exactly.
Yeah, I remember. Well, the example of Saint Maximilian is obvious, but I remember Marian Turski. He told me when he came to Auschwitz in the transport, and he was going out of the how you call it?
The wagon.
The wagon.
Of the wagon. He lost his glasses. That man, death sentence. Yeah, without glasses you can do nothing. You have no chance to labor. And the people from his block, they bought him the new glasses, offering their bread. Offering the bread for the glasses for him. That's why he survived and could speak to us today. So this is, I think this is not only the example of priests. You know, there's something deeper. This is not only a question. Yeah, there's something deeper. It's not only. This is not confessional, surely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Professor Rabi, what is your opinion about the impact of the Holocaust on contemporary understanding of God and Judaism?
I believe that we are all post-Holocaust Jews, and that our understanding of our responsibility, our humanity, our commitment to each other was transformed by the Holocaust and has to remain transformed by the Holocaust. And part of what I've spent the bulk of my life doing now, or what seems now to be the bulk of my life, is seeking to understand and implement the way in which Jews have to behave differently in the aftermath of the Holocaust, and the way in which all of us have to behave differently in the aftermath of the Holocaust. And the most important lesson, I think, is that we have to stress our common humanity and the idea that all of us are created religiously, all of us are created in the image of God, and attacking, destroying, weakening, punishing any single human being diminishes the presence of the divine in our world.
Rabbi?
Obviously, I agree with Professor Berenbaum, but it's, in some ways, the Holocaust doesn't change our faith. What it does, it deepens it, and it makes it way more important. It's more urgent. Right? Perhaps that's the best word. There's an urgency to understand what does it mean to be made in the image of God. What is it? The urgency to understand love thy neighbor as yourself. What does it mean not to hate in your heart? All these things, the Holocaust makes those lessons that much more urgent. And especially even now after October 7th and the Hamas attack against the Jewish people, even more so.
Thank you very much for your reflections and for your time. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give the voice to the survivors, to those who survived the hell of the Auschwitz camp.
20 grudnia 1940 roku po śledztwie na Gestapo w Zabrzu w grupie 25 ludzi zostaliśmy przewiezieni razem z ojcem i z tą grupą do Oświęcimia. Nie do Oświęcimia, bo Oświęcim to porządne miasto, tylko do Auschwitz. Po tych wszystkich formalnościach, jak przyjęcie, strzyżenie, kąpiel, przebranie, ewidencja, zostaliśmy ulokowani razem z ojcem na bloku 8A. Pracowaliśmy na różnych komandach, jak planierant, Strassenbau, Abla de Kommando, magazyn i tak dalej. To była na Śląsku w ten czas ta duża wsypa, akcja 3 wtyczek, Kamper, Grolik i Ulczok, która rozszyfrowała ZWZ. I były te aresztowania 18 grudnia w 1940 roku, około od 450 do 490, dokładnej liczby nie znam osób. To była ta grupa, z tej akcji myśmy się tu dostali. Jak wołał nazwiska, to ja wystąpiłem. I byliśmy ustawieni w takim szeregu. I blokowy się widocznie zorientował, bo to były większe starsze osoby. Ziemianie, sędziowie, prokuratorzy, przeważnie inteligencja wybrana. I zaprowadzili ich tutaj na blok 11. Po 3 dniach Lewandowski, to był pielęgniarz, powiedział prawdę, co się stało. A więc to jest znana historia. W ten czas zabrano 250 więźniów, Polaków chorych i staje 600 jeńców radzieckich. To było to pierwsze próbne gazowanie tutaj na bloku 11 w piwnicach. Tu z góry, z tego okna myśmy widzieli, jak trupy wywozili do krematorium pierwszego. W połowie 1942 roku na teren Brzezinki sprowadzono kobiety z głównego obozu. Kontakt kobiet z mężczyznami na terenie obozu był surowo wzbroniony. W razie wpadki bardzo ostro karany, a więc karną kompanią, nie mówiąc już o biciu, torturach itd. Pracując w Arbeitseinsatzach, często przychodziłem po prostu do uzgadniania kartotek i komand, jakie powinny pracować na terenie obozu kobiecego. Pewnego razu wstąpiłem do Arbeitseinsatzów, do biura i jedna z koleżanek, pani Wanda Maroszani, powiedziała, że słuchaj, pokażę ci, tutaj jest ładna dziewczyna.
Nowa, bo dopiero rok siedziałam w obozie. Dziewczyny wypatrzyły taki moment, kiedy najmniej SS-manów na terenie obozu obstawiły obóz czujkami i zorganizowały nam spotkanie na jednym z bloków na Alagrze. A ja miałam się zgłosić do lekarza, że nie mogę iść do pracy, coś mi tam dolegało, już nie pamiętam, czy do dentysty, czy z kręgosłupem, że co. I dostałam taką kartkę, że mogę pójść na rewir. No i z tą kartką szłam na rewir, do którego nie doszłam, bo poszłam na ten blok, na który przyszedł Józek. I rozmawialiśmy ze sobą tam aż 5 minut. Zmiana warunków w obozie równała się przekreśleniem pewnych możliwości przeżycia, bo zupełnie co innego była praca pod dachem, kiedy człowiek wiedział, że mu na głowę deszcz nie leje i śnieg nie da, a praca w polu i to praca w zimie, bo to był koniec marca. Przede wszystkim pracowałyśmy od świtu, wtedy, kiedy cały lager jeszcze spał, a wracałyśmy wtedy z pracy, kiedy cały lager już spał. W polu pracowałyśmy przy najcięższych robotach. Karczowałyśmy korzenie, burzyłyśmy mury domów z tych wysiedlonych wsi tutaj wokoło, brukowałyśmy ulice, kopałyśmy rowy. Pierwsze 3 tygodnie to po prostu nawet mój organizm nie przyjmował jedzenia, bo kiedy coś zjadłam, a dźwigałam potem na brzuchu taki kamień, który przerastał moje siły fizyczne, to dosłownie to jedzenie zwracałam. Ale po 3 tygodniach jakoś się zaadaptowałam i przestałam odczuwać te dolegliwości pracy fizycznej i już mi było trochę lżej. Muszę powiedzieć, że moje doświadczenie mnie nauczyło jednego, że w warunkach ekstremalnych zostaje niewiarygodnie mały margines ludzi, którzy do końca zachowują swoją godność. Ja niezależnie od wszystkiego powiedziałam sobie, że w żadnych warunkach nie będę nieszczęśliwa, bo w każdych warunkach może człowiek coś sensownego zrobić i może się cieszyć życiem. Dzień sobie trzeba po prostu podzielić na część, w której się pracuje i na część, w której się ma rozrywkę, człowiek się regeneruje. Kiedy mnie się zaczyna wymykać spod kontroli, bo choruję tak samo jak inni i mam ten KC syndrom, od tego się ustrzec nie dało, ale kiedy mi się zaczyna wymykać moja kontrola nade mną samą z rąk, to wtedy gdzieś wyjeżdżam, zmieniam otoczenie i wracam i potem wszystko jest znowu w porządku. Ja mówię, człowiek mimo wszystko powinien jakoś starać się zostać człowiekiem, no, w każdych warunkach. I chyba to nam się udało.
Dziś z miejsca pamięci Auschwitz-Birkenau z całą mocą na cały świat wybrzmiewa głos ocalałych. Ten głos miał być najważniejszy.
All around the world. It was supposed to be the most important voice of tonight, and it was so. Here I'm talking to Piotr, the head of the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial site. The entire world was listening to the words of the survivors. What is it that we should hear? Well, they were telling their stories, but they were also warning us. They were warning us of not what happened, but what may happen. What we see in the world today is this huge growth in populism, the hate speech over the internet, in the social media, in politics and across the social life. We need to be awakened. We must wake up and take good care of what we have at hand. At the very beginning, Marian Turski spoke of the apocalypse, and there was this apocalyptic vision hanging over the presentations of the survivors. Many years ago, they were indeed warning the audience, but today this message is even stronger. For sure it is. I was really surprised by what Marian Turski said, but this was really very apt and timely when he spoke about hunger. I was really smashed. It was only 6 years of propaganda before Hitler came into power. So 6 years only. The time here of this madness may even be shortened than that. But we can all feel helpless and say, well, what can I do? I'm just a man in the street. What is it that I can do? I cannot withhold the grand tendencies or the grand waves of this time. And I feel that your speech, Mr. Cywinski, was actually an attempt to give vent to such an attempt. Indeed, I think that the new generations have to be taught. They have to use it as an armor to shield themselves against populism. But on the other hand, we can all do something to help that out. People who were saving Jews during the Second World War, they were saving one person, two people, but indeed, they saved the honor of the world. When we were leaving the tent, many people were repeating those words that we all remember so well. And we heard before, let's hope that our past is not the future of our children. Indeed, this is the fear that the survivors are going through, watching the world, watching the development in today's world. For them, it is not a theory. It is something that evokes their memories from that time, which was a hell on earth. To use an understatement, really. Thank you ever so much for talking to me. Thank you to everybody for being present with us. We were showing you the videos and we were communicating across the world because today is the day when we must revive our memory and we must learn a lesson from our memory, a lesson that will be up for all of us. Thank you very much to the audience in Poland and across the world. Let's remain with the words of the survivors. May they be our guiding light through the turbulent future.